No sé cómo salió eso. Gracias. Ok, ahora antes. Sí le escucho a ella.
Ok.
¿Qué pongo, no?
Diga no, pero aquí.
So a news correspondent for RCN Radio Colombia, and it's my honor and privilege to be with you here today. So, for everybody that needs simultaneous translation, we have at the table to my right, you can find devices if you need these devices. Also, apart from the people that are here in the audience, we have many people watching us on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on X, and in all of our social platforms, Facebook too. All of you who are joining us online, you can choose the language in which you want to listen to this conference. You just have to go to the description of the event. Buenos días, bienvenidos a este segundo día del aniversario.
And good morning. Welcome to the second day of 30 Years of Research, the anniversary conference here at the IDB. I am Maria Molina. I am a journalist, and I work with Univision in Washington, D.C. I'm also a correspondent for RCN Radio Colombia. For those who need a headset, you can find it on the table here at the back, and you can listen to English or Spanish. We have a lot of people who are following us with Facebook, LinkedIn, X, YouTube, and all of those who are with us online can also choose a language by going to description of the event.
Anniversary conference. You can watch every session that we had online in any of our platforms. We had the IDB president, Eric Parrado, our chief economist, and all the past chief economists, and many remarkable speakers. Don't miss any of the sessions if you didn't watch them. Also, we had incredible awards to people that are doing very remarkable work. So today, what we have for the first session, we will start the day with a panel titled Bridging the Gap, Reaching Those Left Behind. This session explores how economically struggling regions can recover from shocks through regional cohesion, transformative leadership, and adaptive policies. Now, I would like to invite the moderator for this panel, Ms. Diana Rodriguez, to the podium.
Thank you, Maria. Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Rodriguez. I am the Special Advisor on Gender and Diversity at the Inter-American Development Bank. First, I want to congratulate the IDB on 30 years of impactful and applied research. It is an honor for me to be here, especially moderating this panel, especially after having joined the bank just a few months ago. Welcome to our discussion on poverty and inequality, crucial issues at the heart of Latin America and the Caribbean's development challenges. As we celebrate this 30th anniversary of the IDB Research Department, we reflect on our progress and look ahead of the future to understand the policy-oriented research and action and see what is it we need to take stock, learn, reflect, adapt. Today, we are privileged to have Sir Paul Collier as our keynote speaker. Sir Paul will share with us insights from his most recent book, Left Behind, focusing on regions and communities that have fallen behind economically, especially in Latin America. His presentation will be exploring the mechanisms that lead to economic divergence and also pathways to recovery and inclusive prosperity. Sir Paul aligns closely with the IDB's institutional strategy mentioned yesterday by our president, and also with the initiatives of the Gender and Diversity Lab, known as GD Lab. By understanding the dynamics of left-behind places and identifying strategies for recovery, we can work towards more targeted and effective interventions that foster inclusive growth. After Sir Paul's presentation, we will engage in a rich discussion with our distinguished panelists, Ana de la O from Yale University and Nora Lustig from Tulane University, both of whom have made significant contributions to the study of poverty and inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean. Today's conversation will be bridging research and practical policy implications, exploring how we can translate that knowledge into addressing the challenge of poverty and inequality in the region. As we discuss critical issues, let's keep in mind one thing, that the ultimate goal of our efforts is to improve the lives of people across Latin America and the Caribbean, ensuring that no place and no one is left behind in our pursuit of inclusive development. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Sir Paul Collier to present his groundbreaking work on his most recent book, Left Behind. He's as a professor of economics and public policy at Oxford University. Sir Paul served also as director of the Research Development Department at the World Bank from 1998 to 2003, and he's also the author of influential books like The Bottom Billion and The Future of Capitalism. His remarks will then be followed by comments and reflection from our esteemed panelist, Nora Lustig. She is the Samuel Z. Stone Professor of Latin American Economics at Tulane University. She's an expert in economic development, inequality, and fiscal policy, particularly in Latin America. She's also the founder and director of the Commitment to Equity Institute. Ana Lorena de la O is an associate professor of political science at Yale University. Her research focuses on political economy of poverty alleviation and public goods. She is the author of Crafting Policies to End Poverty in Latin America, The Quiet Transformation. And also, Ana and Nora are integral members of LACIR team, a collaborative effort involving the IDB, the London School of Economics, Yale University, and the Institute for Fiscal Studies. So join me in welcoming them all, and Sir Collier, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me back. I last addressed this conference about 5 years ago. I'd just written a book called The Future of Capitalism. And The Future of Capitalism became a complete bestseller in Latin America. The Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese versions sold better in The Future of Capitalism than anywhere else on Earth. And I think that's because Latin America has specialized in being ideologically polarized, and what the future of capitalism was about was a choice. I'll give you a 1 minute summary. The future of capitalism said, capitalism is the only system that's ever worked anywhere. And so forget the ideology, but the choices within capitalism. There are two very different types of it. There's a capitalism which is greedy and lazy, bonus culture, the sort of thing that the investment banks do. And that produces a horrible form of capitalism that humiliates a lot of people. And then there's another form of capitalism which is just as successful in making the country prosperous, but is much more inclusive. And that's the real choice that Latin America faces. And so far, you've broadly chosen either the wrong sort of capitalism or its reaction, which is socialism, which hasn't worked anywhere. So that was the future of capitalism. Now, 5 years on, there's a sequel to that. A lot has happened in the last 5 years. And Left Behind, which I can promise you will be my last ever book, because they're such a pain to write, a book which is easy to read is a nightmare to write. Right? So what's new in the future of capitalism? Why is in Left Behind? And why is it called Left Behind? Who do we mean by left behind? I mean places, communities, and countries that have fallen behind and are feeling resentful, frustrated, angry, despairing. You find them in regions of very prosperous countries. So in the book, I write a lot about Barranquilla and its region, the Atlantic Caribbean, in Colombia. Colombia, a very successful country, grown very fast, very well managed for years, but there are the coastal regions, the Atlantic Caribbean and the Pacific region, are poor regions that have fallen behind the hugely prosperous and successful region of Bogota. So that's a typical left-behind part of a country. There are left-behind communities within countries. Think of African Brazilians in the community, especially in northeast Brazil, but it's basically an ethnic community with its own cultural traditions, and it's fallen behind for no reason of its own, I should say. And then there are whole countries that have fallen behind. In your region, the country that I know best that's fallen behind, though there are quite a few of them, the one I know best is Haiti. And so I've regularly been to Haiti, and Haiti is a complete tragedy. But it's an avoidable tragedy. So that's who the left behind are. The best indicator of a left behind place is to look at the life chances of the people in that place. So what do we mean by life chances? This is a work of Durlauf at Chicago, who looks at what are the opportunities during their lives for people born poor in the bottom part of society to rise towards the higher ranges of society. They don't have to become super prosperous, but they just go from the bottom 40% to the top 40%. And Durlauf has got good data for 4 Latin American countries. Right? Colombia, Chile, a couple of others. They're probably fairly representative of the more successful Latin American countries. It's biased towards the more successful because the more successful have the data that enables us to look at social mobility or the lack of social mobility, or more particularly, the massive inequalities in life opportunities. 4 Latin American countries cluster as the most unequal life chances in the world. If we do a map of inequality, life chances inequalities and income inequalities, current income inequalities, there are 2 clusters. One cluster, which is the 4 Latin American countries, which are up there with very little social mobility and very unequal current incomes as well. And then there's a counter cluster of 4 exactly the opposite characteristics, very equal income distributions and very high degree of social mobility. They're the 4 Nordics. Finland, Denmark, and so on, right? My own country, Britain, is more like Latin America than it is like the Nordics, even though geographically it's very much closer to the Nordics. In terms of economic outcomes, it's really a Latin American, it should be here at this conference, it's another Latin American country, right? What does that produce, this very severe inequality? The long-term story is that it produces a political economy in which successful people feel secure because they know their children are going to be successful as well. If you're born successful in Britain or born successful in Chile, your kids are almost certain to be successful. And that has a political consequence that because their children and grandchildren are just going to be as successful as them, there's no real interest in paying the high taxes that would produce opportunity for everybody, a cushion for everybody. And so you get one cluster. That's why the places with very low social mobility also have very high income inequality, because there's no interest in paying taxes amongst the rich. If you're in Scandinavia, there's so much social mobility in Scandinavia that you know, even if you're successful, your kids or your grandkids, some of them won't be. And so you're willing to pay the much higher taxes that makes the Nordic countries so comfortable to live with. You know? Denmark takes 53% of income in tax. So it's got a huge state, but it's a very prosperous country. Right? So one consequence is we get these feedbacks, the political economy of willingness to pay tax or not. And the other, that poor people feel anti-government, despairing. And in Latin America, you will notice that there's very low trust in government, very low trust in government. And so one manifestation of that is that governments keep losing elections. Enormous, very, very few Latin American governments get re-elected because there's so much anger, so many people are left behind. So, low trust in government, the global architect of the consequences of despair and anger is the work of Angus Deaton and Anne Case, The Deaths of Despair. And the tragedy there is that the despair of the left behind people becomes self-fulfilling. They resigned to failure, and so they don't try. That's the deaths of despair. Let me turn to the more recent story. That was a story you could have told any time in the last 20 years in Latin America. What's changed over the last very few years? And in a word, it's shocks. It's polyshocks. There are many more stresses, and the stresses, high interest rates in over-indebted societies, COVID, all these multiple stresses, they have two consequences. One is that the most vulnerable to these shocks are the regions that are already left behind, the regions and communities. But the second is that many communities which weren't left behind are hit by these one or other of these new shocks and become a left behind community. Now, the key analytic contribution of left behind is to look at what happens when a place starts to fall behind. Okay? Either it's Barranquilla. Why did Barranquilla start to fall behind? Because the estuary started to silt up. That was a climate shock. High rainfall swept a lot of stuff down the river, and that silted up the estuary. So there was a shock. And that closed the port to big ships. Ships also got bigger and so couldn't come in. And so there was one shock which started to spiral down. You'd see that again and again around Latin America, places that had become left behind. And now the key analytic contribution of left behind is to show that when you start to go down, there are two forces that take you further down. There's an economic force. market forces amplify an initial adverse shock. So whatever the reason, in Barranquilla, the silting up of the river. Right? Elsewhere, very different reasons, but whatever the reason, once that happens, market forces amplify the divergence. Now, that proposition is exactly the opposite of what Milton Friedman argued 50 years ago. And Milton Friedman is wrong. Right? So let me explain why Milton Friedman is absolutely wrong. And you can actually you can be part of this explanation, right? So here's my analogy. Incidentally, Friedman used an image of a harp, the strings of a harp. You pluck the strings of a harp, they reverberate a bit, but then very rapidly they go back to where they were. That's how he used an image to have a simple explanation of market forces. Market forces would automatically recover a poor region. The wages would fall, land prices would fall, and so capital would rush into the region because there were business opportunities to take advantage of the cheap wages and the cheap property. That's all wrong. Right? So here's my counter image. I've got all the complex economics behind it, but I'm going to use an image. There's two dinghies two sailing dinghies sailing in a gusty wind. One dinghy is hit by a gust of wind, the other isn't. So the dinghy that's hit by the gust of wind capsizes, it flips over. Right? So we've now got one dinghy that's upside down, and it's drifting backwards in the current. The other dinghy wasn't hit by that gust of wind, it stayed upright, and off it sails. Right? You are now, for the next minute, fund managers. Right? You're working for JP Morgan, and you're managing money. You're managing a pension fund, right? Your task is to invest pensioners' money, and you can invest either in the dinghy that's capsized or the dinghy that stayed upright. They are both, in the language of economics, they're both locally stable equilibria. Right? In fact, the upside-down dinghy is very locally stable, right? Unless the crew knows how to flip it over, and this crew hasn't been taught that one's drifting backwards and the other's sailing on. Where are you putting your money? Fund managers. It's pretty obvious, isn't it, right? I played this with 50 chief executives of Chinese companies last week, and they all got it in 30 seconds, obviously. So you put your money in the upright dinghy. That's amplifying the divergence. That's the first twist down of the spiral. Right? Market forces amplify divergence. Friedman was just wrong, and there's very good empirical evidence given in the book that tests Friedman against Collier, and Collier wins. Right? But that's only the first twist down of the spiral. The second twist down is a social phenomenon. And we're now going to go to the 5 members of the crew of that dinghy. Here the 5 are. The captain of this capsized dinghy is Eric here. And we look across, and there's the other crew. The members of the upright dinghy that are just sailing on. Eric, why did your dinghy capsize and not theirs? You all know the answer. There was a gust of wind that hit his dinghy and not that one. He doesn't know that. They don't know it. Right? None of you know it. Right? That's privileged information that I've shared with you, but is secret. because nobody else has observed these gusts of wind. So, Eric, was it because you were a bad captain of the crew? Now, I admit I've got private knowledge because I know Eric pretty well. I know Eric is a very, very, very good captain, right, of any sort of crew, including a sailing dinghy, right? So it's not Eric that let this team down. Could there be anybody else in the team that might have let the crew down? Was there a weak link? If we look along the row, is there anybody who stands out as a potential weak link? Now, I've structured it so that there is indeed, I'm afraid, one person who stands out as a minority in the team. Fortuitously, there are 4 men and 1 woman. Guess what usually happens in a situation like this? The crew starts to blame the minority. They become a scapegoating, right? And it could be an ethnic minority, it could be immigrants, whatever, you know. But this is very common in places that are left behind. Searching for who's to blame. In Barranquilla, I saw it. In Barranquilla, remember why it was left behind? Because the river had silted up. By the time I got there, some years after that had happened, there were terrible relations between local government, which blamed local business as especially greedy. Local business reciprocated and blamed local government as absolutely incompetent. The local firms also blamed workers, and the workers hated local firms. They said they're a bunch of shits, right? And so that reputation for terrible labor relations between the workers and the firms then got out, leaked out of Barranquilla in the Atlantic Caribbean region and became normal gossip in Bogota. Bogota, the sentiment was, of course Atlantic Caribbean's poor, of course they've fallen behind, of course. Who'd want to go and invest there? It's terrible labor relations. So that's the thing that tends to happen. The social divisions, instead of coming together to work out how to flip the dinghy back upright, the social psychology is pulling people apart. People can't come together around a common purpose. So that's the, and you can see that again and again. It produces tragedies of, the one really nasty step is what's called gaslighting, where the people who are blamed start to internalize the message and think it is their fault and take on the attributes that they've been accused of. So that's the sad story. It helps to understand it if you're going to try and fix it. And so the first third of Left Behind is about this spiraling down process, using loads of examples, many of them drawn from Latin America. But the rest of the book, the 2/3 of the book, is called Spiraling Up. And it is about how communities can, and many have, recovered from these problems. Around the world and around Latin America, you will find examples of successful recovery. So, what's the secrets of coming back together, of recovery? And there are going to be a few things. One is that the society has to come back together. So in Atlantic Caribbean, it's vital that the region starts to think of a strategy that will enable the region to succeed. So a coming together. I've got a lot of very fancy endorsements for Left Behind. The economics is endorsed by, Angus Deaton, goodness knows what. So the economics is validated, but the endorsement I'm most proud of is from Michael Sandel, because the moral philosophy I'm using here of how people can come together is Michael Sandel's work on contributive justice. Michael Sandel has done, I don't know if, who's familiar with the work of Michael Sandel? A few people. Michael Sandel's done a brilliant course, an online course, which has been viewed by 30 million people, but nearly all of them are under the age of 35. So it's hugely influential, very widely understood concept, but by the young. Very few people over the age of 35 are yet familiar with it. What is the idea of contributive justice? It's a moral philosophy which says we have a duty to contribute to the whole. And that turns out to be consistent with evolutionary biology. It's consistent with human nature. And it's also consistent with how a lot of societies, successful societies, work. If you look at a country like Denmark, it's contributive justice in practice, again and again and again. So the key is finding, and the hardest step is the first, where you find some common objective, some common purpose, which is attractive to many, many people. So you find some common purpose, and then you build around it. That can be done either through good top-down leadership or through bottom-up processes of social movements. My favorite example of a bottom-up social movement is from the Basque region of Spain and the social movement that produced the cooperative movement, Mondragon. I don't know, who's familiar with Mondragon? A few people, not many. It's a brilliant story. Now, the Basque region is one of the most prosperous regions of Spain. But if we go back 40 years, it was a complete disaster. It had a lot of violence, and it was an old industrial region which had collapsed. And so there's many stories in the book showing how you can recover. So one is coming together. A second is rapid learning. The second is devolution. Let me say devolution. Most of Latin America, like my own country, Britain, is far too highly centralized. Both Colombia and Chile, though very successful economically, are far too highly centralized in Santiago, in Bogota. So one step in getting out of the problem is to devolve power and resources to the regions that need to recover. I give the example of Germany in the book, which is a dramatic story of a long-term process to enable poorer regions to recover. But finally, this is my last minute, rapid learning. Rapid learning. Whatever else you do, this is not a textbook which says all you have to do is follow these 15 rules and you'll automatically get out. The world isn't like that. The world is far too complex. And so each place is to some extent different. Each time period is to some extent different. You need rapid learning. How do you do rapid learning? You can learn from others. There's huge variation within Latin America. And so this is a marvelous venue where you come together to share experiences. That's a wonderful, the most dramatic recovery in the world was China, and China began with a visit by Deng Xiaoping to Singapore. And then he came back and said, I wonder if we could do a Singapore in China. Turned out they could. They tried it. Right? The second way of learning past is from experience, from experiment. Try things. So not everything will work, but if the Atlantic Caribbean wants to find out how do we recover, try a lot of things. Experiment, track them properly. Don't expect them to work. Don't insist they'll work. Don't be overconfident. Track them. Learn from failure as well as from success. And finally, from research. You learn by study and research, and that is a professional expert activity, and that's why we're here to celebrate 30 years of a research department for the region. Right? It's very much needed. The gulf between what Latin America can be and what it has been is so wide that the returns to good research are enormous. That's why I've dragged myself across the Atlantic to celebrate the research department. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Paul, for your remarks.
Sir Paul never uses the title.
Okay, so thank you for that. That's going to make everything easier and more fluent and lively and warm today. So fantastic. Thank you, Paul. So you've invited us to think in your remarks about left behind places and countries and regions. But within those regions and within those countries, there's some people. And there's some people that are particularly left behind. And I want to take advantage of Nora and Anna's work to think about those who have left behind. So I want to ask you about the who. We've been thinking about the where, but who are those left behind? Who, and if the policies we should be designing bearing in mind the who as well, should those be changed? What have we learned? And let's start off with you, Nora.
Okay, so first of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
I think so.
Thank you for inviting me. Congratulations to RES for its 30th anniversary. I actually was around Washington when it was born. I thought that was made by, well, creation by two important leaders here at the IDB, Enrique Iglesias and Nancy Birdsall. I'm delighted to be here to reflect upon this very insightful book that just came out, written by Paul. And I want to start, first of all, by making a distinction. I was telling Paul that I think about the behind in two different ways. They're left behind and they're pushed behind areas or people. And I think they're very different causes for both, and there are also maybe different policies and also probably different political dynamics that occur depending on whether people are pushed behind or left behind. And I want to bring to the fore now, I've said it in other contexts here as well at the IDB, a group that particularly concerns me now in terms of pushed behind, and it is one of the lasting scars of the pandemic, because you had so many people who were not attending school. And what's going to happen to the children and youth that were not going to school during that period? Some of the research that now casts the effects of this show that it could be quite devastating for people of low socioeconomic background, and that they may not recover unless there's action to actually impede that. Otherwise, we're sort of creating dynamics of inequality of opportunity in the future if we don't address that. And I think this is not just in Latin America, probably you've seen it also in other parts of the world, and I don't see how much is being done in terms of monitoring this and how much is being done in terms of specific actions to address it. So that's a group of push behind. There are many others. I mean, push behind happens with economic crisis, push behind happens with technological change, with globalization, et cetera. There's many examples in your book of different regions in which you have pushed behind people and that need to be probably addressed in different formats. In terms of left behind, you were asking about who, but I also think that in terms of who and the regions, I think of, in Latin America, usually one thinks of, let's give a couple of examples, the Northeast in Brazil, the Afro-descendants in particular, and the indigenous groups in Mexico, which also are located in particular areas. And I have to be very frank, this is my opinion, not necessarily shared by other economists. I think we don't really know how to deal with that. Because when I look, and then let me give you the example of Mexico, and I give an example of Mexico because I think it's an emblematic country of a failure, of failures of things that we thought were going to work. You were around when everybody was very sort of hyper about Mexico's prospects. This is a country that implemented all the reforms I can imagine at some point, not the current ones, I'm talking about the past, that integrated with the wealthiest, largest market in the world with a sort of more advanced technology, and yet it has not been able to take off. Development is a process by which one expects labor to move from less to more productive sectors. That hasn't happened in Mexico. And people really don't know why. Now, they've switched back to different type of policies with state intervention, lots of investment in the regions in which there is peoples left behind, like the southeast of Mexico. That hasn't worked either. Short-term poverty might have come down because of the multiplier effect, but there is no sustainability to this type of growth. And again, Mexico may be actually facing a recession pretty soon. So then you read what happened in China. I was looking at a report yesterday, and it looks like, wow, lots of policies that actually resulted in the miracle of what you expect in development to look like. But if you specifically look at the policies, I'm sure many policymakers of the more sort of mainstream inclination would find them anathema. So we don't really know. It's not a matter of not doing what you need to do. In the case of regions propelling development, we really, I don't think, know the key. And I have been humbled by sort of trying to understand what the dynamics of development are, and that's my current conclusion. Let's be a little provocative. In terms of people, I think there's one thing that we do know and where we can take action, and that's intergenerational transmission of poverty. We know that a lot of poor people in the region and elsewhere are there. to a large extent because there are predetermined factors, inherited factors that affect that. Some are associated with the parents' education, which can be changed over time. Some are determined by ethnicity and race, which cannot be changed. So policies to address what happens very early on in the life are fundamental. And we've seen lots of good results by programs that have emphasized early childhood development, be it CCTs, be it sort of targeted interventions like with with families and the like. That's great, and we've seen good results in terms of what people have achieved on the front of education and health and nutrition. There's been progress, but if the opportunities for better employment aren't there, you've done part of the equation, but the rest is missing. So let me stop here so we hear the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora, and thank you for being a little bit provocative on saying, I guess we don't know that much. We know a few, but we know a few solutions here and there, or at least attempts to solutions here and there. Nana, I want to go to you, and basically, what is your take on who is being left behind, and do we know about what policies can work, or don't we know about policies, and how do we frame this and rethink to design better policies?
Thank you so much, Diana. I perhaps want to start by saying that I've, in recent years, had the great opportunity of interacting with many colleagues at the IDB, thanks to the last year initiative. So it has been a real privilege to be in contact with your group, and it has been a very enriching experience. So it's really great for me to be here celebrating 30 years of research, so congratulations. To your question, Diana, yeah, I think Paul was already inviting us to think about the challenges facing regions and communities. And I would say that also in many of our countries, it's important to even go beyond communities to understand who within communities is more vulnerable to poverty. And the one group that has not come up yet in the panel is women. So even within certain ethnic and racial groups, women suffer the most probability of living in poverty. So that's something important to keep in mind. And just stepping back for a moment and thinking about the concept of being left behind. So we can, on rounding numbers, think about a third of the population in our region that lives in poverty. And it's important to keep in mind that the next group that comes is about another third of people that live without economic security. So about another third of people who experience a very high probability of falling into poverty in the very short term. So these vulnerable people, I think, is a group that we should not keep our eyes off, both in terms of development reasons, but also because of the political system. And I will come back to that point in just a second. But I think it's also important to keep in mind two other things to have a complete picture of this question of prosperity and inclusive development. One is something that has already been said by both Paul and Nora, and that's that in our countries, the intergenerational transmission of socioeconomic status is very strong. So that's just to say that inequality it is very durable, persists across generations, and circumstances that are beyond the control of people, like place of birth or the education of your parents, your biological sex assigned at birth, account for a big chunk of your opportunities in life. And this also leads me to think about another important point in the region, and that's that our countries are very diverse. So when thinking about how can we design better policies, we should think that there is no one solution for all of our countries. And we see this very clearly in the contribution of ethnicity and membership to certain racial groups and how much they account for your unequal access to opportunities across countries. So there are countries where this is a very important factor, especially for countries that have a history of coercive labor institutions. And there are countries where this is not one of the most important factors. So it's important to keep in mind that our region is very diverse, and there will not be one solution for this problem of promoting inclusive development. But I do want to now think a little bit about what can be done, and I think that Paul was already inspiring us to think about possible combinations of interventions that could work. And some of them combine agency, like the evolution of political power. They combine leadership, as you were mentioning in the examples that you were raising in Barranquilla and in Spain. They also involve collective action. And here I want to sort of spend a little bit of time thinking about what are the challenges that some of our countries face with respect to this problem of fostering collective action. And just going back to what I was saying before, so think about it from this point of view. So we have a third of people who live in poverty and a third of people who experience a high probability of falling in poverty, very vulnerable. So that means 2/3 of our population have in some form or another experienced failing governments that have not been up to the challenge of promoting the development that people need. So when thinking about what kind of social contract can come from that background, then we can perhaps understand why our social contracts are actually fragmented. And they are fragmented in different ways, of course, in different countries. But just think about one manifestation of this fragmentation of the social contract. In many countries, a large proportion of citizens are deciding to opt out from very basic public services. We see this in the case of education very clearly, in some countries more than others, but we also see it in some cases in the domain of health. We see it in some countries in the domain of security, with people hiring their own security forces to deal with the lack of state capacity in that policy domain. So this, I think, puts it very bluntly, the challenge that we have in order to convince everyone to come together and to contribute to collective action, to raise everyone's living standards is very challenging. And I think it's not just a problem of fiscal resources being very, very tight. It's also a problem that has real political constraints. And just think about another statistic for a moment. In 2022, the Latin American Public Opinion Project, LAPOP, measured in their surveys people's willingness to trade off material assistance for elections. And in every country that they measured, more than 50% of the respondents preferred a political system that gave them material assistance rather than a system that gives them elections. So that's just to say, patience in the electorate is running out. And so I think that this means that there are no low-hanging fruits in the region, unfortunately. And governments really need to do the very, very hard work of both improving democracy's representativeness and democracy's accountability to their citizens. So let me leave it there for now.
Oh, thank you. And we're starting to put together multiple factors and challenges for the region. So, Paul, let me get back to you on this and ask perhaps an initial question. You take us to regions, and why is that? Or even more, how do regional focused policies differ, should differ, or complement, or what is the relation to people-focused policies?
Yes, I mean, we need people in regions. So let me pick up on the point that people are out of patience. 2/3 of the population feels it's been let down. And so how do you restore that? And one of the messages from Left Behind is that there is always one action which is vital and it's the action by the successful third. The concept I'm going to use is Michael Spence, Nobel laureate in economics, concept of signaling. Many of you will know Michael Spence's concept of signaling. So here's the idea that the successful third are, of course, at the moment hated by the unsuccessful two-thirds. The unsuccessful two-thirds blame the successful third. Right? They think the successful third treats them with contempt and disdain and all that sort of thing. So the first action has to come from the successful third, and it has to be an act of generosity towards the unsuccessful two-thirds, improving their situation. Doesn't matter what it is, but it's got to be something that is an unambiguous action of generosity, of saying, we recognize your difficulties and we're going to do something about it. The unsuccessful, frustrated two-thirds don't expect that. When the successful third does this act of generosity, an unforced act of generosity, that takes them by surprise. They treat that as a signal of a new intention. And so that's how to build rapid credibility for a new effort. Now then, what has the new effort got to be? And for that, I'm going to take us back to Deng Xiaoping for a minute, and the importance of not knowing. Exactly Nora's point, this isn't a cookbook that says, oh, there are 7 things that everybody's got to do. It's not like that. There's massive uncertainty. So many things that we thought would work have failed. And so that's why we need a spirit of pragmatism, learn from trying things, evaluate them with proper research, learn from that. This is pragmatism. And this is what Deng Xiaoping did. If you remember his first famous statement when coming to power, 1980, it was about cats. Cats, we need a cat. We need cats to catch mice. It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. Right? That was his image for saying, forget all this stuff about, is it communist, is it capitalist? I don't care what ism it is. I'm going to be pragmatic. I'm going to do things that work, that catch the mice. And that pragmatism, an experiment, is the spirit we need. And that's so much the natural view of researchers. That's why what we really need is to get things out of the hands of the ideologues, the people who know, into the hands of the researchers, the scholars, who say, I don't know. The very spirit of research is that we don't know. Why would we do research if we knew already? So Latin America, the land of the isms, and consequently, the land of these distrust of government, because the isms, neither of the isms have worked.
So if neither of the isms have worked, and if we don't know a lot, but from your point, we need pragmatism, we need rapid learning. You use that term a lot in the book. We need basically rapid learning translating into those decision makers on the ground. We need to feed some ideas.
Yes.
I want us to focus a little bit on that. And I want to focus on what is it we've learned and analyzed, and can we make attempts at trying to understand what's there and have been tried, has something worked? And I want to take advantage of both of your expertises in this field, Anna and Nora. Anna, you've studied extensively for arguably the most widespread anti-poverty mechanism and program in Latin America and the Caribbean, the conditional cash transfers. Tell us a little bit about that. What lessons do we have from that perhaps can start and jumpstart this rapid learning?
Sure. Yeah, I think that we have learned a lot from conditional cash transfer programs, and we continue learning from conditional cash transfer programs. So let me focus perhaps on three things. One, and something that of course everyone in this room is already familiar with, is we know that for many things that we care about, conditional cash transfer programs work. So we know that in terms of outcomes for children, enrollment and attendance in school, incentivizing the transition of girls from primary to secondary school, even improving some nutrition markers, we know that conditional cash transfers work. But now, also conditional cash transfers are showing us that there are no sort of the only way of doing it, and there are some limits to what they can do. So now we know that without better education and without better health, it's going to be very hard to translate the gains from attending school and having better nutrition in your early years to transform that into better opportunities in the labor market. So we now also know and have learned from these CCTs that we need to improve service provision. Now, the other thing that is very important that CCTs showed is that state capacity is endogenous to politics. And so let me say a little bit more about what I mean by this. And it's important because we might think that the challenge of improving service provision is more daunting than the challenge of distributing cash. However, when these CCTs were first launched, many countries actually did not have the information, the technology, the capacity on the ground to actually detect where people in extreme poverty were living and then to reach them. And in a very impressive way, most countries in our region very quickly developed that capacity, very, very quickly. And so that, I think, it's a very important lesson to be learned from these CCTs, because we oftentimes tend to think about a state capacity as a variable that moves very slowly over time. And CCTs have shown that it can be very quick. Now, but to my third point, that also means, so the point that state capacity is endogenous to politics, and when there is political leadership, that capacity can be very quickly improved. On the other side of the coin, it also means that capacity can very quickly be lost. And that is also something that CCTs are showing us right now. And Nora was mentioning the case of Mexico. And here again, I think it's important to bring that case to the picture, because Mexico had one of the first flagship CCTs in the region. A lot of the experimentation that happened within the framework of the Progresa program. Well, right now that program has been dismantled, and a lot of the capacity that had been built in the government to operate a program like that is, of course, debatable, but a lot of it has been already lost. So that's just to prove the point that state capacity is endogenous, and that can cut both ways.
I love this point on state capacity, and especially how easy it can be built but destroyed as well. Nora, you're an expert on fiscal policy, so I think I want to bring that lens into the conversation. And you have the Commitment to Equity project, and I was wondering what lessons could serve in this idea of rapid learning, taking stock, being pragmatic from that research.
Yes, thank you. Well, let me also comment on the CCTs. First of all, I think we should change their name, because conditional cash transfers have created a lot of bad vibes because the word conditionality is cursed, right? When I was the head of the poverty unit here, we used to call them targeted human development programs. And it was seen as a partnership rather than a condition. Urban legend is that the World Bank had to call it condition. I don't know if you remember that, because they had to show that it was an investment and there had to be conditionality. I don't know if that's true. But I think we need to go back to a different, I mean, names matter, right? Because they send a message. So we need to think about these as a different type of program. I thought Anna was going to talk about the political economy of support for CCTs. Obviously, it wasn't there in Mexico. I thought at some point that because, we actually, when I was here also, we launched the first major analysis of Progresa and the evaluation of its impact. And that was then taken over by IFPRI. And in Mexico, I think that helped the durability of the program, even though you had different systems taking over. And you had the PRI left, the PAN came, but now it's gone. So there wasn't support for a targeted program. There was no protest almost, even though people lost. The analysis shows now that the poorest actually are receiving less money. And immediate analysis, or rather analysis of the immediate impacts, is kind of worrisome because it shows that even though you have the becas program, the youth are not attending school as they used to. So the dropout rate has increased. So we got a problem there, but the political economy was such that there wasn't support. Be interesting to know why. And it'd be interesting to know whether you think that would be, this type of programs, which I think, universal programs are great, but you need a lot of money. That's one of the lessons from the Commitment to Equity project. I understand why people are sort of more favorable to universal programs, and then you say, okay, I'm going to tax those who don't deserve it. However, the tax rates would have to be increased by such that it becomes politically inviable to have programs that really address the extreme poverty levels in any of the developing world, even middle-income countries. We have results for that. So universality has its limits in terms of trying to deal with people who are pushed behind or left behind, and targeting has to be part of the equation if we want to really make a dent that is significant on poverty. And addressing current poverty is important, and addressing the causes of intergenerational transmission is also important. I think that when we look at why it hasn't translated into better outcomes in the labor market, that also, in the case of Mexico, that has been studied because the program has been there sufficiently long. We have this experiment, which is very fortunate to have. But I think the problem is not just the fact that the quality was wrong or subpar, is that the opportunities to join the labor market at higher productivity levels weren't there. And that's what we don't know how to trigger, when I said at the beginning. That's a part in which we are much less savvy. And so it's not a problem of political constraints. It's probably we don't know yet. We don't know. In the case of other things that we have learned from the project is consistent with what Anna said about opting out. Government spending on education and health is very progressive in the region, practically in every country. Even in some countries, the tertiary education is progressive, equalizing, actually in most of them. But one thing that this may be a result of something bad. The fact that people who can afford private services opt out. So that creates a political economy dynamic that's also self-defeating, because then you don't have the interest of people being generous because they're not beneficiaries from that contribution. Mm-hmm. And finally, one thing that I always emphasize a lot, because we found this not only in the poorest countries, like in some of the Central American countries like Nicaragua or Honduras or Guatemala, but also in Brazil, Colombia, and even also Peru, we find that if you look at just the cash dimension of the fiscal system, a large portion of the poor are net payers into the system. So what they receive in transfers is less than what they pay in taxes, particularly because of consumption taxes. So that results in often post-fiscal poverty being higher than pre-fiscal poverty. I find that an aberration, and I've been saying this in every forum. I mean, not to say, I mean, in Africa it's horrible how much of that happens, but it also happens in middle-income countries of Latin America, and I think it could be changed rather quickly and easily. I don't know why we let that happen.
The issue of like pre-fiscal policy poverty and post clearly on the agenda and needed, and as more fiscal reforms in the region are rolled out. So all of you have touched on a point, whether we call it state capacity or we call it, you mentioned in your book also the importance of the power to transform ultimately comes from those regional governments, right? So I think we're touching with different names on the same aspect. And as time is running out, I want to ask you what else could the IDB do with regard to this state capacity, the importance of regional capacity to react? What avenue of research, or what should we be doing there?
Right. So I think we have to face the fact that the answer, what will be best here in this region, is often context-specific and time-specific. It's really a question what works here and now, rather than what can a national government do everywhere. And on just a footnote on fiscal, everybody's out of money in the public sector at the moment. There's very little money. So we really need to be looking for how do we use money more efficiently rather than how do we spend a lot. At the regional level, how do you do what works well here now? Trial and error. And let me go back to Deng Xiaoping. There's a silver lining here. Deng Xiaoping got 40 regional governors. He told them what he was going to want them to do for the next 5 years, and then said, we don't know how to do it in the Politburo. There was always a social objective, halve infant mortality, an economic objective, double your GDP in the next 5 years. And then he said, we don't know. You try it, you try things. You try things, you figure it out. Now, that's what can be done across the regions of Latin America. And there's a very good news here, which is that once you get a network, for example, of regional mayors or city mayors, once you get a network, one thing that humans are exceptionally good at is rapid learning within a network group. And so the IDB can convene these regional mayors, city mayors, the people who are facing specific types of problems. How do you do local taxation? The whole chapter in Left Behind on the evidence from recent research on taxation. And the answer is different sorts of tax work at different times, at different places, and so there's no, this is the answer that works everywhere. But you encourage that rapid learning within a network group. That's what humans are phenomenally good at. There's very good evolutionary biology reasons why we're spectacularly good at learning rapidly from other people in our network group, who we think of as a peer group. And so assembling the peers, city mayors, region mayors, the banks, all these sorts of things, assembling them to say, learn from each other and learn fast. That's a phenomenally exciting thing. I should say, I'm so excited by the potential in the region, in that I'm anxious to do a lecture tour across the region in the next few months. So I warn you, if you're interested in learning about what I've got to say more on Left Behind, I'll be running around the conference for the next the next 3 hours, whatever it is, looking for invitations. Thank you.
And so let me thank you, Paul, for this. And let me just wrap up with going back to why we're here, the 30 years of research, and in the shortest time possible, because we're running out, is you've already added a point, Paul, about the IDB could bring together mayors from different cities. What else could we be doing in terms of researcher-specific actions, Nora and Anna? Let's start with you, Nora.
Well, I think that one of the consensus from this panel is that there is no consensus, which is refreshing. And probably there has to be much more openness towards experimentation by all the multilateral organizations, which I think there's been a process in that direction, contrary to what used to happen where everything was dictated from a very particular view of what needed to be done. And with that, maybe sort of and create much more opportunities for learning from experiences and see what can be borrowed and translated into experiences in other settings. I think that would be sort of, it's abstract, but it's a point of view that might be very important to implement throughout. Yeah.
Nana, what do you have to offer?
So I think that the IADB and the research department has already been pushing on the research frontier in terms of how politics affects development, and I think that there is room to do a lot more on that front. I think that we should not ignore the political context and the political constraints of the policies that we will be experimenting with in the future. So as a general point, it would be sort of a pitch for keep doing the political economy work.
So thank you so much. I just want to wrap up with perhaps a few takeaways. It's, of course, selecting takeaways is always unfair, and we might leave something behind. But I do want to wrap up by saying a few things I think we really take away from this panel moving forward. One, I would start with the importance of thinking of regions left behind, but also pushed behind. And so second, it's not only the regions and the communities, but more specifically some people in both that have been left and pushed. There's one figure I think we leave this room with, it's the 2/3. 2/3 are now absolutely left behind, trapped in poverty, and we're in the brinks of seeing another third potentially falling, right, if we bring your figures together. And so that really focuses on those. It's a big majority, and those 2/3 we should be focusing. I think a fourth takeaway is the importance of intergenerational factors in learning, and which has been raised by all. The role of the factors that intergenerational factors, transmission factors, thinking of that other third of the population coming behind, and also how some of these programs have worked to stop some of these intergenerational transmission, like the CCTs, or perhaps not call them that way, which I agree names matter, and when rethinking, looking forward, that matters. A fifth point I would argue is the importance of coming together or collective action, or why is it people are opting out? Why is it we're losing and opting out, and at the same time trust and patience falling dramatically? A sixth point, I would argue, state capacity. State capacity very much at the local level, and state capacity varying a lot with the risk of disintegrating very quickly. And the role of the IDB, and perhaps connecting it to President Goldfein's point yesterday about how perhaps the IDB, given that we don't have the electoral terms, could be an actor in helping that continuity and avoiding, right, coming in when state capacity is falling, guaranteeing the continuation of some programs that are always on the risk of being torn down with incoming governments. And lastly, and let me close with this, the importance of experimentation and trying out and testing, and perhaps needing to do a lot more, given that there's a lot we still don't know. Thank you very much. And please join me in applause for our three panelists. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for this debate. And now we will take some minutes for a coffee break. We will be back at 11. Thank you.
Okay, so where am I sitting?
You're sitting here, but I'll
I'm not sitting yet.
No.
You're gonna call me from here. I'm gonna call Carlos, and he's gonna call me. Okay. I did do a lot of singing in this stage, but this is complicated.
It's gonna be fine. Don't worry. Welcome everyone to the second session on this second day of the 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference at the IDB. The title of this session is Unlocking Potential, the Human Development Frontier. To all of you that are here at the IDB headquarters, let me remind you that you have devices for simultaneous translation in English and Spanish. They are located here at the table on my right. Also, to everybody that is joining us on Facebook, LinkedIn, X, and YouTube, you can change the language in which you are listening to us. Just go to the description of the event. I want to say hello to everybody that is following us on social media and invite you all to join the discussion using the hashtag 30 Years of Research. Bienvenidos a todos a la segunda sesión de este segundo día de los 30 años de...
Welcome to the second day of the 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference here at the IDB. Those of you who are in the auditorium can find earphones on the table here to my right. And those who are with us, we have people on Facebook, YouTube. You can change the language you're listening to by going to the event's description.
Look at is into education and human development and look at the role of schools in building social and human capital. We will also hear about some interesting interventions that have been successful in shaping children's characters. For this panel, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Carlos Scartazzini, to the podium. Join me in welcoming him.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Carlos Cartazzini. I'm one of the researchers at the Research Department. Ana Maria Ibáñez was originally supposed to moderate this. Unfortunately, she cannot be here, but she sends her best regard. I have been very lucky. You know, I was on this stage when we celebrated our 10th anniversary. Okay, I have been around for more than 20 years, and I have seen it grow in many dimensions. And I have to say, this is not the case in which past times, have been better. This is the case in which past times were great, but we have been building an even more amazing research department. We have been investing steadily, both in quantity and quality over time. I think we publish more and better than before, but we are also more engaged with the operational side of the bank, more than ever. As you have seen, the order of the panels, the way the conference has been organized has not been random. We have, been talking about growth, poverty, climate change. All of these are pillars of the IDB strategy. Now we are going to be talking about human development. And why? And why we are doing that? One of the reasons all of you know is that because human capital is an integral part of the production function. And we need to improve human capital in order to grow. But also because human development and education have been an integral part of the work that we have been doing here at the research department. Almost every economist in the micro group at the research department has done or is doing education, and that's something that we are very proud of. Some of our most successful flagships, the DIA, have been on education. The early childhood, the skills, etc., etc., etc. And I have to say, I'm the one probably that knows the least about the topic, but I have been blessed to learn a lot from my colleagues. And now I know that just giving laptops to the children is not enough. Okay, and now I know how to make children go to school, and I know many more things. But it's also an area in which the IDB has been very successful. I'm very glad to see many of the people here that work in the education division of the bank, who has been helping the countries in the region, to improve, even if not as much as we wanted, to do more and more and more. So we are going to be talking about education. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Shule Allen, who will lead us in this discussion. Professor Allen is a professor of economics and behavioral science at Cornell University here in the US and also at Bilkent University in Turkey. She's also a board member and co-chair of the education sector and the Humanitarian Protection Initiative at JPAL and a research fellow at CPR and CECIFO. Her research interests include education and social policy evaluations, human and social capital formation and gender, and many, many more. Following Professor Allen's presentation, we'll have a rich discussion with our esteemed panelists who have been, with us for a very long time. Jaime Saavedra, Sergio Ursúa, they are friends of the house, and it's a pleasure for us to have them here. So, without further ado, Professor Allen, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for inviting me for this wonderful conference on the 30th anniversary of IDB Research. It is such a pleasure for me to talk to a crowd that is so passionate about bringing research and policy together. So, and also, as Carlos said, the panel organizations and the sequencing was brilliant, right? So where they left in the previous panel, my takeaway was at least that, we don't know what is really working. We should be experimenting. We should be pragmatic. And we should be, somebody also said, we should be looking at education. We should be looking at children if we really want to shape our society in a way that we want a tolerant, cohesive, and prosperous societies. So what I'm going to do here is that's exactly what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about schools. I'm going to talk about education of our children, but in a kind of different way. Because when we talk about schools and education and human capital, all the economists and education folks actually think about schools as platforms that we actually transfer some sort of knowledge from this generation to the next generation. So building human capital, this is what we know as a role of schools, and we have been very successful in that action over the centuries, having education reach to really remote areas. What we know less, and now we are working a lot on, is the other role of schools in terms of shaping the character of our citizens, character of our individuals, and as a result, character of our society, the social cohesion of our society, which is going to be important. I'm going to take it a bit step back here and go really, really early times of our evolution that we all know, as also Paul mentioned, we are social beings. We are social beings. We cannot live in isolation. Not only we cannot live because we get very sad in isolation, our brains cannot develop in isolation. There's so much evidence in neuroscience that if we do not interact with each other, we do not develop. We do actually go senile even in our late ages if we do not interact with our fellow human beings. This is very important. So that's going to link us to why, as a social environment, schools are important. So we rely on other human beings. We rely on cooperation and collectively living. So, of course, we are individuals. We are kind of selfish as well. We pursue our own interests, which is all fine and all normal. But our survival depends on the other people as well as our own endeavor. So while pursuing our interest, our community's prosperity actually feeds us back, and our community's prosperity depends on how cohesive, how tolerant, how non-toxic that community is. So this is very important for individual achievement, also the collective achievement. We rely on individual and collective achievement in a kind of a important feedback loop. So what is a cohesive environment? and why some environments are cohesive, why some environments are non-cohesive. I'm going to slowly walk you through. School is an environment. Obviously, you can see where I'm going to take this talk. So cohesive environments, like it's hard to define. It's a social construct, obviously, but there are indicators that we can look at and see if an environment is cohesive or not. So, for example, degree of social connectedness between the members and the collective will to live together in a community. This community could be, again, school, a corporate setting, like, in a company, IDB, as you are a community as well here, and also, obviously, a country. So when we look at the cohesive groups and cohesive environments, we also see a lot of prosociality. We see high level of trust, which was mentioned in the previous panel as well. We see a lot of reciprocity. We see a lot of cooperation. We see a lot of tolerance of differences, right? So less of a blaming of a different group, the other. We always think about the intergroup conflicts as intolerance of the other, whoever that other is. So we see in the cohesive environment also less of this intergroup conflict, less of seeing the other one as the other. And we, of course, see less of the ethnic prejudice, less racial, religious, and socioeconomic segregation, which we have been seeing a lot all over the world, and that socioeconomic segregation is totally related to ethnic, racial, and all sorts of other segregations, because all those things are correlated. We rely on this. We thrive in cohesive environments. There's so much evidence. The cohesive companies produce better. Cohesive countries are richer. And I'm going to show cohesive schools are better. Schools, they produce better test scores, better results for children. We know this, and our survival depends on it. But why? We still have non-cohesive countries appearing, non-cohesive environments actually lurking all over the place. So we do have this, despite the fact that our survival depends on the cohesiveness. Of course, lots of people in the previous century thought that the public education is an ideal platform to engineer the public we desire, right? It's not just that they learn math, they learn science, they become innovative, and then they would be the engine of growth. All these individuals we actually educate in schools, but they collectively, they give us the society we like. They give us the society, the tolerant and good and cohesive society we like. That was the idea of all early public education. The public education spread all over the world. US started early on, and then Europe, and then even Africa in 1950s and 60s, making sure that every remote corner has a school and the teachers go there and teach. Right, so this happened, and then of course this is all, and then we see this increase in abstract thinking, increase in IQ in all over the world, all thanks to the spread of public education. So the idea of schools being the ideal platform to engineer the public we desire, or sometimes we engineer the public we don't desire at the same token, right? This was the early ideas. So because we know now that schools are where we instill our civic virtues, we try to teach our kids how to be prosocial, how to be tolerant, how to be nice to the others, and of course build our social capital, our connectedness with the other people, how we connect, how we interact, how we actually leverage that connection later on for our own benefit and our society's benefit. Because also we know from neuroscience and neurocognitive psychology, and more so in economics now, that the childhood period is a special period. It offers a lot of opportunities to do these things. Of course, human brain is very dynamic. Human brain learns all the time. You may not believe, but even at the age of 90, you can learn, apparently. But of course, learning becomes a lot more productive and faster early on. So that's why we educate our children, and we start early on, and we interfere early on if we see anything wrong going, because of this neural plasticity that we are learning more and more about. We're learning more and more about learning. By the way, I'm not going to touch learning, but part of my agenda is about how we learn, why we are not learning as much right now, and what we can do about this. But that part is also related to social learning. Obviously, these opportunities with the children are way limited at the low socioeconomic groups in countries and communities that the infrastructure is not there, the poverty is hindering all sorts of progress. So we see these opportunities way limited in poor areas that's stricken by poverty and also conflict, which are correlated. Obviously, I probably convinced you already, this is very easy, especially education folks know that education is an obvious way to escape poverty. Education is an obvious way to actually restore some of the social mobility discussions we had earlier in the panel. It's the obvious way of restoring social mobility in many places. But what happens when we look at those schools who are in poor regions, the regions with poverty and regions in conflict? When we look at those schools, when you visit those schools, as I do, right, what we see is they actually mirror the neighborhood they are in. They mirror the community they are in. If the community has a lot of violence, the community has a lot of distrust, you see this in the schools too. You see the school garden becomes a violence-generating ground, and also in many places, unfortunately, in Latin America too, becomes an ideal ground for bad guys to recruit our kids for different reasons. Drugs is one, other violent factions or gangs or some other terrorist organizations and whatever, what have you. These are, of course, the idea of childhood presenting a lot of opportunity to learn is not just known by us. All the bad guys also know this. So they know how to go after those kids. They know how to go after the areas that the kids are most vulnerable, because the parental factor is not supportive enough so that they can go after those children. So part of this research agenda is going to be on this, like how we can actually be more protective of the schools that in those areas so that we can protect our children through important interventions. Schools can mirror the neighborhood. You go, oh my God, this school is just never going to achieve anything. This looks awful. But then it still remains our hope. Like it remains that schools are not the only hope, but very important social institutions that we have to focus on. Not just because our children are important, our children are super important, we need to really focus on them, but also we need to focus on them at the right time, early enough, so we can actually see the results later on. Yes, this is going to be hard to see because you have to wait a long time when you invest in a child, but then it does work. Investing in children is important and it does work. So we should focus on this for all our developmental goals. This should be a key. So I will talk about two ways of approaching this, but that's not the only two ways of approaching this. I know some of my colleagues are working on Latin American schools to actually work on the school climate, to make the school climate good enough for learning. So the idea is, this is not just for schools. You work here in an institution, you have to be cohesively working. If you're not working cohesively, if you're subject to mobbing, if you're subject to some toxicity from your colleagues, your productivity is going to be low. We know this. This is true in the corporate sector, this is true in the government sector, this is true everywhere. Of course, this is true in schools too. So productivity there is defined as learning. So the pupils go to learn, and then they go in an environment that is violent, that is toxic, and the learning is not going to take place. So we see this everywhere, especially in the low socioeconomic segment. Can we change this? Yes, I'm going to give you two examples of how we can actually influence this so that the learning thrives. Learning cannot thrive in an environment that a student feels lonely, student feels bullied, student feels violence all around her or him. We know that, and then how can we fix schools that actually have that environmental problem, the social environmental problem, not the real environment problem. I will give you two interventions that worked in Turkey with the new name, sorry, my colleagues would be angry if I say Turkey, right? One of them is about the middle schools that actually amazingly worked, because middle school is a very challenging period. I find it very painfully myself. Working with adolescents was very, very hard. It required a different approach than the little ones, the primary school. So I'm going to give another example from the primary school in a different context, where the ethnic composition changed in schools and everything, just like the social capital, just fell apart. So how we can actually react to that. And these brilliant young colleagues here on IDB, I think, is working on replicating that in some Latin American context. So that's going to be good. So let's talk about this. How can we fix a social environment? We can do two things. One, we can just directly go after the behavior. The general thing is, like, you have beliefs, you have attitudes, you have some biased beliefs or whatever, and that is reflected in your behavior, and then you behave that way. So that goes from beliefs, attitudes to behavior. So if you have bad attitude, bad beliefs about who that other person is, that determines your behavior, right? Or, so that then I can actually interfere with your beliefs and your skills and then your attitudes and change your behavior. The second approach could be, I see the behavior, I find a way to interfere with the behavior, change your behavior, so your attitudes and beliefs change. Why? Because, again, what we know about neuroscience, okay? Brain cannot act the way X and think the Y. So if I'm a smoker, it will be very hard for me to be an anti-smoke advocate, okay? So either have to quit smoking or stop advocating. So the brain cannot live with this inconsistency. So we are going to use this for the adolescents, especially the violent adolescents. We will make them teach the messages we want them to teach to the little ones. They won't even know they are targeted here, but they will internalize the messages and change their behavior. So this is the way to go around the adolescent, because the direct teaching doesn't seem to work with them. They don't want to listen, right? But the little ones listen. So we will go the other way with them. So the first intervention I'm going to talk about is that we are going to empower the adolescents. We will give them the status they want. They always want the social status, the adolescents. Probably you forgot how you were as an adolescent, mostly because we blocked those times. But what happens with adolescents is you want respect, adult respect. You want social status. And this is what those bad guys do. They give the status, they give the environment for them, like the gangs. You are somebody in the gang, right? So we have to think about how this adolescent brain works so we can actually interfere with them in a nice way that they actually act the way we want them to act. So we did this intervention in Southeast Turkey with the middle schools, the age around 11 till 15, early adolescence, very difficult time. If you're a teacher, you don't want to be teaching in a middle school. It's very, very difficult time to teach, really. They can't get paid enough, really. So the idea is taking basically very popular perpetrators in a school that actually ruin the social environment in school and giving them the status, giving them the responsibility, giving them everything to actually change their own school. How? By teaching very standard messages to the little ones, okay? So we are not asking them to change. We are not sitting down and saying, okay, you should behave this way or that way, because they won't listen. But we ask them through lots of qualitative interview, I can't get into the detail, we ask them, could you help us for the little ones? So they say, okay, we'll help you with the little ones, okay? So what happened here is the psychological intervention here is that our messages should work through self-persuasion. The messages, the design was that we select most popular middle school students, not a lot, like from every school about 15, 20, the schools are big, based on their popularity, also their high emotional intelligence. They can actually look into people's eyes and they can feel their pain, yeah? So they were the ones, but some of them, a lot of them are actually the troublemakers. A lot of them are troublemakers, but they are very popular. So in the middle school, you're a troublemaker. That means you have a lot of friends. You have a lot of followers. So that was important for us. We assigned those kids to become teachers. We made them teachers to the junior classes. To teach what? To teach very standard topics all through the course of the year. The standard topics are standard. Right? How to be tolerant about the others, how to trust each other, how to be positively impacting like all the good things that a prosociality dictates, okay? Violence. What's the profile of a bully? Why the bully does what the bully does? So many of them are bullies. So that we actually invoke what's known as the cognitive dissonance with this. So I'm a bully, I'm supposed to teach the profile of a bully. How lonely the bully is actually, how he cannot function without the followers and all that stuff. Aim to create that inconsistency in the brain so that message is internalized. So that's what they were supposed to do all year and the next year again. So this was very intensive. And through the internship, we actually monitor what they did. They were the targets. You see that they go to the classroom. All those kids at the board are the student teachers, we call, the seniors, troublemakers. And these ones are the little ones, okay, that they're teaching. When I show this picture, I thought maybe the picture is wrong. When I show this picture in Brazil, they say, "You don't seem very violent." Or they said, "You don't know what violence is." Well, they turn bad if we don't interfere. Okay, so this went on for two years. I'm just going to give you show you a snapshot of the results, but don't worry about the graphics and everything. Basically, we measure lots of things. We measure what happens to violence, what happens to prosociality, what happens to every kid, including juniors, but what happens to the guys who actually were teaching, okay? So what we see is a huge decline in violence in schools, huge decline in high-intensity violence. Like I'm talking about not like kicking somebody or pulling somebody's hair. I'm talking about like really police coming and the ambulances coming. Those types of things really, really almost eliminated in these schools. Almost eliminated in these schools. But almost all the effect is coming from the kids who are teaching. We weren't targeting them, right? And also, interestingly, their friends, because they are so socially influential, not only they were internalizing all these messages and changing the environment, they were also affecting their friends. So this is what the idea was, selecting the most popular ones because we wanted to affect their friends too. So, and that is happening. All sorts of socio-emotional well-being and health changed. 0 is the no effect line. You see in the first year of the program, the second year of program, what happened to these student teachers that we didn't target. We actually targeted indirectly. All metrics, they improve in all metrics. They have higher locus of control, higher mental well-being, lower impulse control, higher sense of belonging to school, and higher sense of responsibility. But what really surprised us was this. The program was nothing about academic achievement. And we know nothing about if you actually correct the school environment, what happens to the test scores, what happens to the academic achievement. We did not know that. So this is a surprise. Why this is a nationwide exam that you take after the middle school to go into the most selective high schools in the country, which is very hard to do, right? And in this region that we are working on, not many students make it normally, right? And once you get into these selective high schools, your way to college is almost sure, right? So this is the definition of escaping from poverty and escaping from violent neighborhoods. So what we see here in the control group and the placebo group, I'm not going to go into the detail of the placebo group, there's a huge jump in 2022 when we first rolled the program out. It's a huge jump in entry into these selective institutions by who? By our student teachers, the targets, the guys who didn't want to be targeted, right? So those are the ones, huge jump into those schools. And 2023 also, when we rolled the program one more year, again, the next cohort also did so well. So this was a surprise for us. We just had, we weren't expecting this because again, we did not specifically target this. What happened to their friends, I'm not going to show, but some effects on their friends too, but not as strong as their own effect. So the takeaway from here, this study is we have a significant improvement in wide range of social and emotional outcomes by simply indirectly targeting the adolescents in troublesome adolescents that actually create so much trouble in school. And then this program is highly effective in generating good school climate for everybody and for them to escape into a better future. And also we can talk about it, but program is highly cost effective because you're not just affecting the guys and the targeted guys, but also their friends without doing anything. They are doing everything. Another way of looking at this is look at the primary schools now that we are going to talk with the young group now that they're going to implement this. This project is an earlier project. Turkey is already a very diverse country, but in 2011, Syrian civil war came about and changed the composition in the border regions quite a bit. So 2016, the Ministry of Education had a systematic refugee school placement, and when they were doing it, they were overwhelmed. Schools were overwhelmed. All of a sudden, the teacher has, a normal teacher that has 25, 30 students in the classroom, in the primary school, all of a sudden she has 10 refugees who cannot speak Turkish. Okay, and she has to deal with that. So we had that problem, and in that problem, we actually designed a program. That placement program, here is your 5 refugees, here is your 10 refugees in the classroom, deal with it, created a lot of bad sentiments, obviously, right? With the kids and with the parents. I'm not going to get into the details, but nobody was happy. Right? So the education quality was declining according to the local parents, and the kids were saying these people are hitting us and then we are hitting them. All the segregation was starting already when we started this project. We said, okay, you can't do that. You can't just hope to bring a whole bunch of kids who are ethnically very different, culturally very different into the classrooms and give no training to the teachers and hope that it's going to be best because they're children. They'll just do it, right? That doesn't happen. What we did was we generated an extracurricular program for the teachers. This is a teacher-driven program. And this is basically about generating cognitive empathy in children to understand the other kid. Where is he coming from? Why is he in my classroom? What happened to him? Kind of intervention without making it very salient. Of course, this wasn't about the refugees only. We didn't want to stigmatize the refugee children. It was also about the cats and dogs and everything, to understand the other one's feelings. Because cognitive empathy or perspective taking, you all know, is a cognitive ability to understand the other person's feelings and motivations. Some people have it. Some people have less of it. Also, over and over we measure, it seems like there's a very big gender gap in this. I have to say this, okay, women do better on this one as well. Okay, so So we are targeting this particular skill to change the behavior now. So we are from skill to behavior now. We ask the question, can we actually target this skill and change the behavior so these kids embrace each other? Okay? Cognitive empathy is correlated with loss of bad things, like, in an expected direction, because, for example, lack of cognitive empathy is related to violence, distrust, and all sorts of bad things, that the cohesion outcomes that I was talking about before. We train the teachers how to implement this curriculum in the classroom, and then we design our RCT to see if it's working or not. So it is working perfectly, so we are actually going to implement this with some adaptation probably in Latin American setting. So we have lots of schools. These are primary school students, second and third graders, and about 16% of them are refugees. Here's the results. I don't want to take a lot of time. There is a huge decline in interethnic fights. Segregation went down quite a bit. Control and treatment conditions, perpetrated crime, victimized crime. These are primary school students, but they still really can do damage to each other. We've seen it with our own eyes. So that declined quite a bit. But what's really nice is refugees, spoken language, and written language improved. We never taught these kids any Turkish in this program. It wasn't the idea of the program. The idea was they should play with the host kid in the recess time. They should communicate with the host kid in the recess time. This is how children learn language, by playing football, by playing other things. This is how they learn, and this is exactly how they learn Turkish. So there's a huge effect, actually. It doesn't show it there, but it's actually very significant in terms of education literature, a good effect on refugee children learning the local language. So two things work. Targeting adolescents with the behavior, targeting primary school students with the specific social and socio-cognitive skill, that also worked. It reduced violence, it increased inter-ethnic friendship ties. They start becoming friends. That's why they're learning Turkish very well. And the main mechanism we show in our research is the cognitive empathy increased. We managed to increase these children's cognitive empathy toward each other, not just the host kids toward the refugee kids, but the refugee kids toward the host kids and to each other as well. So I'm going to conclude with my final remarks to take you back again that public education is, yes, it is to build human capital, and it's focused on a lot of the times in our head, the individual achievement, but public education has a different role. A role to build a cohesive, inclusive, and therefore prosperous societies. We have to pay more attention to the power of schools being able to do that through interventions, through right programs. We have to pay more attention that role that the schools play in shaping our society's character. And it's up to us how we shape our society's character. And we learn this step by step through evidence on what programs actually work and what programs actually don't work. At what age, what stage, what programs have a better chance of working than the others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Alan. Extremely insightful. So before jumping into discussion, let me briefly introduce our panelists. I don't think any of the panelists is necessary to be introduced to this audience, but we know that there are plenty of people following us in social media. So let me briefly say, we have Jaime Saavedra. Jaime is the Director of Human Development for Latin America and the Caribbean at the World Bank. He previously led the institution's global education practice. Between 2013 and 2016, Jaime served as Minister of Education of Peru, where he promoted plenty of reforms, and we are very grateful to him for his work, with the Minedu Lab and, working alongside the IDB during all of those years. So thanks a lot, Jaime, for being here, and welcome. We are also joined by Sergio. Sergio is a professor of economics at the University of Maryland. His research focuses on labor economics, especially the role of abilities, skills, and uncertainty as determinant of schooling decisions, labor markets, outcomes, and social behavior inequality. I don't have to mention all the journals in which Sergio's work has been published. Again, he's also a friend of the house. He has published with many people in the audience. So thanks a lot for being here today, Sergio. I had, written some questions beforehand, but then yesterday, we had the panel of chief economists, and Santiago Levy, was very provocative during that session, and he said something like we still don't have an overall micro model of development. And that we are focusing kind of too much on RCTs, and by doing too many RCTs, because that's what the incentives of the profession are, we are not dedicating enough time to thinking about the big picture. My vision is a bit different. Of course, I'm not as bright or as accomplished as Santiago, so probably he's right and I'm wrong. So that's why I want to bring it to the panel. My vision is that we have a model of development, and that the devil is on the details, within that model. I think at some point we thought that the key was getting the kids to the schools. We have increased enrollment a lot. Unfortunately, it has not been enough. Then we realized that not only we had to bring the kids to school, but the kids needed to stay in school. So we learned something more. Then we learned that we need to have teachers, and we need to have good teachers, et cetera, et cetera. We learned that, that giving just technology to kids is not enough, that, we also need to train the teachers, et cetera, et cetera. So, and actually, I think that the RCTs and the experiments like the one that Professor Alan showed are the ones that are helping us really pin down that model of development that we have had for so many years. But again, I may be totally wrong, and clearly, this panel is much better than me to answer that question because of the experience both in research but also in the policy world. So, Jaime, if you can give us your opinion on this.
Okay, that's a change in the script, but but I will tackle that issue. Just before that, I just want to thank the IDB obviously for the invitation to be here. But more importantly, to thank for these 30 years of work on the on research and on the research network and the Red de Centros that I don't want to say 30 years ago, but a little bit less than that. I was part of the Red de Centros in many projects long time ago, and I don't know who had the idea of doing that, but it was an absolutely brilliant idea, because not only created a community of researchers in Latin America, but also created that possibility of sharing knowledge and understanding that there are common challenges and that together we can address them better. So it was really brilliant, great that it has continued for 30 years, and I hope it will continue for 30 more at least, because it's absolutely needed. So congratulations to the institution and to Eric now, who is at the helm, and to the whole team. So thanks for these 30 years. Now, going to your question, Carlos, I think, well, RCTs has to be one part of the instrument of the toolkit that we have in order to assess policy. But it will, maybe Santiago's point was that the predominance of RCT as like kind of not the only, but the most important and the more relevant tool that we have. Maybe his criticism was going to that. I think we can bring Len Pritchett to discuss that issue. But I think the key thing is that we need to worry about not only the external validity issue, but about the replicability and the scale. And that is to a certain extent, that has been the criticism of the analysis of specific interventions that are implemented with a lot of fidelity, and then you can say, well, if you implement it this way with this level of fidelity, then it works. Great, fantastic. Okay, but that's not the real world, right? In the real world, it will be implemented with much less fidelity and with a lot of heterogeneity in that fidelity. And that's what we need. So how can we use some of those lessons that it will be very useful, right? But they will usually just illuminate, right, a program design that has to have tools in order to learn continuously about what's going on. You were mentioning Minedulab, which is a team that we put together, a unit that we put together inside the ministry in order to do monitoring and to do evaluation of interventions. And actually, the first idea was that, well, okay, so great, let's have someone from outside, reputed academicians, to do an independent, right, impact evaluation of the interventions. Okay, one element of that is good, but look, I need to take decisions during the next year on this intervention. I care not a lot about your fidelity, right? Because if I see that there is one parameter 3 months later that is wrong, I will change it. I will not wait to say, no, let's wait for a year. No, we will have to change it, right? So you need to create a system in which, on one hand, you can do an evaluation, but you need to have permanent feedback loops in terms of what you are doing in the implementation of the program. And there are some things that you can correct, kind of like in real time, and you must do it. One thing that I liked a lot when we were implementing this lab at the ministry was that we had some randomized evaluations for a specific parameter, right? So I was implementing a project in which we needed to give, for instance, money to principals in order to provide maintenance to schools, right? And many things that you need to decide, right? In order, I mean, the design space of a problem like that is huge. I mean, there are like 30 parameters that you need to decide, right? The size of the transfer, how you're going to monitor the transfer to the principal, what the principal can do with that money, he's accountable to whom, and how, many things that you need to decide. But what we use a lot of evaluations is to say, well, this is a specific parameter, right? Can we have a certain variation and with at different levels or with different strategies, assess what's going on, and then correct, right? So one parameter was, for instance, right, how to nudge principals to spend the money at the right moment, at the right time, in the period that we have. So we send SMSs to the principals. But the SMSs had variations in the text and what I was telling the principal. I could be telling the principal, you are spent X, right? And you need to expend Y, and this is the time that you have. I could tell the principal, you have spent X, and that's less than the average. Or I could tell the principal, you're spending X, and the law says that you need to do that, and if not, you're going to get into trouble, right? So many ways of nudging the principal. So we assessed which was the best way, and then we corrected, right? And we did that for many parameters on the interventions, right? So that was useful. So I'm giving that example just to say that in the evaluation space, we really need to use all the tools that we have at hand. And let me close, because I'm probably going to say, well, shut up, is the scale issue, right? And even looking at this intervention, this was fascinating interventions, particularly the one that you were mentioning for how to deal with adolescents. It's extremely, extremely complicated. We are in huge trouble in Latin America in terms of the quality of the whole education system. I'm sure Sergio was going to mention that. We're in huge trouble in terms of the quality of secondary education. I would say now that we know a little bit less about how to teach primary school kids. We can talk that later. But I would say that we are at a loss, right, in terms of how to teach secondary school kids, right, that are very difficult to capture their imagination. Many, they are coming to secondary schools, not even with the foundational skills that they should have gotten in primary. So interventions like the one that Zule was mentioning, right, in which you empower the adolescent and say, okay, you are going to be the protagonist of the teaching. My question when you were talking, it was like, how can I gonna be able to do that, say in my country, in Peru, in 200,000 classrooms, right? Or 300,000 classrooms. That's the scale, right? And I really need that, right? Because I was trying to link your presentation with your first part and the end of your presentation, in which you were saying public education is absolutely critical for inclusion, for economic integration, for social integration. Then I need to give that experience to all the students. So how do I do that for 200,000 classrooms? Let me stop there.
And can you answer that? Sure.
So I think when people talk about RCTs, they actually had this idea that one RCT is going to solve the one particular policy problem that they're actually attacking. So what the idea is, like, I'm not promoting only RCTs, of course, not everything to begin with RCTable anyway, so if that's a word. But we have other research methods that we can actually use to help policy. But certain things, two things. One, you have an issue. You, as the Minister of Education, you have a window of very quick decision. You can do those kind of experiments very easy. You can actually move. On the other side of the spectrum, you're going to do something big. That's my problem usually with the Minister of Education. It's like big, a radical change in the curriculum or the pedagogy, and then they just do it because I feel like this is going to work. So that requires a big test, right? So that requires, unfortunately, the Minister of Education, who has a probably 2-3 year horizon, to wait a little, okay, to see.
That's optimistic.
So in terms of scale, programs behave differently at scale, you're right. And programs like this is not to tell you exactly how the program should look in every context. It's just supposed to give you idea that what would work in terms of idea, what would work for an adolescence, right? And we actually have all sorts of qualitative work here that as well, we know what doesn't work for adolescents. For example, when you take a program like this to the scale, you pilot test certain versions of it, easier versions of it. Every school you have in Peru, you have well-being teachers as well that helps the students, right? The students get in trouble, there are certain teachers that they go and talk. They are not very effective. In many places, they are not very effective, we find as well. So for example, in one version of that program, we were trying to leverage all those teachers and re-educate them and to implement a version of this program and how it looks. Second version is like, directly teach this and see how it works, right? It's much easier. Or let those well-being teachers pick some students and give them the responsibility and do it. There are so many different modalities that we can test as we go on the scale up. We are actually scaling up this program in Turkey, and Turkey is a huge country as well. So I think we will see which modality will be administratively less costly.
Exactly.
And which modality would give maybe not this beautiful results, but something close to it. So.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let me jump to Sergio, and again, keep protocol. But because we were talking about public education and the relevance of public education, and you have a recent paper, Sergio, on private education.
Yes.
And the impact of spending more on private, the relative impact of spending more on public and private. So what have you learned about that, and how can we get those insights into a broader education discussion?
Yeah, sure, thanks. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. Congratulations to the IDB for 30 years of contributions to science. Thank you, Eric, for the invitation. Happy to talk about the paper, but I cannot avoid going back to Santiago's point. So let me try to get into the paper through that angle. I have to say, I sort of agree with Santiago, but from the following angle, and let me add un pelo a la sopa, which let's agree on the following, right? So when it comes to economics, and I teach economics, I publish in economic journals, the profession has been entangled in this very slow-moving world of academic publications, right? It takes years to publish a paper. We all People have tried, they know, right? Forget about the structural paper, right? That takes, a decade. Has happened to me. So to what extent, right? My concern is to what extent questions that, right, Jaime was posting, right? So if you're in the Ministry of Education and you're waiting to hear about the new paper showing this, you're really looking into the, rear view mirror. You're not looking forward, you're looking backward, right? If the paper is coming from an intervention that happened 10 years ago, really, right? We have this massive shock called COVID affecting teachers, mental health of the students, mental health of teachers, and we're going back to what? From that angle, I think there's a challenge for multilateral organizations and an opportunity as well, right? Because the bridge between the academia and the public or the governments or the states or the Ministry of Education, I think there's a huge role to play, right? You have been, and I think the IDB is a great example of how to do this. You have been building the capacity to assess, evaluate, analyze the papers. You have been producing papers. You know the timing, right? But at the same time, you have a better knowledge, and you can feel what the countries need. And so, the way I see it, I think that it is a huge issue how we connect these days these very icebergs, super slow moving academic world with the needs of countries. So I think institutions like the IDB, the World Bank, they have a huge role to play. All right. So let me start there. Going back to the issues I think we need to address. I think one of them is, of course, the role of private education. Big, important in some of the countries in the region. Big, super challenging too, right? Because it's when it comes to segregation, you can imagine, or inclusion, you can imagine how these schools might be identified as a source of that. Well, it turns out it's really tricky when you look at the evidence. In fact, they do have positive returns, right? Depending on the setting, they can actually they can decrease inequality in terms of opportunities. The setting is important, though. Countries have been trying to do much better in terms of how we can allocate kids to schools, including private education, but I don't think that's a settled question. I think that's this is a paper. I wouldn't, I will be careful in terms of interpreting the results for the discussion. But from the point of view of the big pictures, again, I think this again in the context of what I think needs to be looking forward, not with the rear view mirror, right? What is coming? I think I will identify what I would call probably 3 or 4 elephants in the room, right? So first of all, teachers, right? So we know COVID has a huge impact on mental health of students. Teachers of course, teachers are facing huge, if you look at the numbers, right? If you look at psychological conditions among teachers, the rates are crazy. Stress level, 78%, 80%, anxiety, 40%, depression, 80%, 70%, depending on the countries, and the numbers are going up. So you shouldn't be surprised when you look at the statistics on teachers' turnover rates. They are leaving the profession. It's super hard. Violence is everywhere. Who will be really teaching, a 15-year-old these days? That's really a hero.
That's huge.
It's a hero, right? So these are people, they need to be trained, they need to be supported. I don't think we're doing enough in understanding the needs of the people in that profession, of course, and schools are going to be as strong as the teachers they attract. So you need to try to attract better teachers, maybe increasing salaries with incentives. Of course, the region has a lot of experience on this, but I think we need to revisit that. So that will be the first elephant. The second one is, tech revolution. That's reality. We all know that. Darwin has been working on this for a while, has been publishing the papers. Right? We know that machines can be substituting human labor. We know that tasks that 10 years ago we thought would be impossible to be substituted. Now they are being substituted. I have to say, as a teacher of economics, I can see a machine, a computer, doing some of the stuff I do in class, even better. I can see that. So that's a big challenge. In the context of rigid labor markets, what do you think is going to happen, right? So we're going to have a situation in which labor markets are going to be suffering. We need to provide opportunities to workers, which unfortunately these workers are lacking the right skills. We're going back to what skill do they need, right? Are we going to be investing in cognitive skills? We have been doing that for 30 years. We have been competing with computers. For 30 years, we lost that battle. Used to be the case that, Kasparov will play with Deep Blue. Mm-hmm. That's gone, right? So you have a chess league for computers, a chess league for humans. They don't play because it's unfair. So what skills do we need to be investing on? That's the second elephant in the room. I think social skills, which is sort of interesting, right? Because are sort of the skills that make us more human. We have been competing with computers, and now we're going to go back to our roots, which is great. Mm-hmm. So but what exactly we need to do, I think that's the second elephant in the room. And the third one, the demographic change. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Fertility rates in the region are plummeting. So 1960, Brazil, right? 7 kids per woman. 2020, Brazil, right? 2.5. Peru, 1980, 5, now 3. Colombia, the peak in the number of births, 1994, and since then, ever since, the number has been declining. And we are worried about, higher education. This is a huge challenge. Number of kids is coming down everywhere in the region. In Colombia, in particular, is the steepest change you can find in fertility rates. That's a huge challenge, but also an opportunity, right? Because if you see public spending in education over the last 30 years, that number has been increasing, have risen all around the region, which is great, right? 2003, 3.5% of the GDP on average in the region. These days, it's around 4.7, 4.9. Countries like Chile, they went from 3.9 to 5.6 in 20 years. And we observed during this period, expansion of the system, increases in coverage, fantastic, right? If you look at the teachers-to-student ratio, right, that figure declined in the first 10 years, 15 years of the new millennium. Has been stable since then. Colombia, between 2003 was 22, now it's 21. Ecuador, 23, 24, it's pretty stable. That's a huge opportunity when you see this decline in the number of kids. Because given the inertia we're going to see in the budget, right, we're going to be spending the same amount. We're not going to be spending less in education, but we have fewer kids. That's a huge opportunity. And we are not discussing what to do with that extra money. We'll see schools being, closure of schools, with something we are starting to discuss. What do we do with teachers? That's a great opportunity. You're going to see a decline in the teachers-to-student ratio. That's an opportunity. So we did few months ago with two of my students, Alejandra Montoya and Sebastián Montano. We were working in the case of Colombia. So if you keep the teachers-to-student ratio fixed and just simulate the number of students will be in the system by 2030 in Colombia, Colombia will have around $400 million available, right, from the spending in education. How do we spend that money? What do we do with that money? So I think when it comes to this bridge, I will say, from RCTs or the Ministry of Education needs to do something now, and they have this extra funding, right? I think institutions like the IDB, they have a huge play to role.
Thanks a lot. We are actually, run out of time, but let me go through, each one of you with the last question. You show us cost-benefit analysis of your interventions. We have been doing that a lot. We really believe on the cost-benefit. But, so if you had to tell us, how much to assign in our portfolio of research and operations to non-cognitive and to cognitive interventions, what would you say?
I think the definition of cognitive and non-cognitive, almost everything is cognitive, okay. Right? So social skills is also cognitive. So I think that differentiation is a bit weird. But the thing is, it would be hard for me to say, don't invest in cognitive and invest in socio-emotional, for example. But I think it has to be together. It has to be, because they complement each other. If the kid is, again, I say it, if the kid has no social skills to interact with the peers, he's not going to learn. He's not going to be curious. He's not going to be creative. So all those things are all together. So that is important that we invest in both. Of course, it's impossible to reflect on Sergio's comments because he basically touched every single challenge possible in education. But I agree with him on the teachers. Teachers are crucial. Teacher profession is unfortunately suffering everywhere in terms of its prestige, in terms of the formation, and the teachers are frustrated, teachers are unmotivated. Lots of things can be done on that. So in tandem, together with developing cognitive and non-cognitive or socio-emotional skills.
Jaime, given your experience, what are 2 things we should do more of in the education sector and, scale, things that work and we should be pushing the governments to do more of, etc. And what are things that we have learned that we should do less of, and probably we are not pushing the governments so much to less of?
So 2 things. One is, I think, picking up on what both Zulia and Sergio were saying. You describe everything that we needed to do in order to use impact evaluations better, to use RCTs better, how to adjustment along the way. But precisely in order to do that, what we need is to have people at the school level and at the ministry or the bureaucracy level that have the capabilities to do that. So it's not that I have learned this specific intervention for adolescents. That's super valuable. But what I need to give is then several of those to the team of teachers of the school, and then you guys have to select which one will be better for your school. You might want to adjust it a bit here and there, and great, they can run with it, and it will be great to give them several options like those. The problem that we have precisely in Latin America, going to what Sergio was saying, is that the people that we have in our schools and in our classrooms today do not have the capabilities to do that. That is the huge challenge, right? So it's not that we don't have the designs that are critical, even to promote this type of socio-emotional skills. No, we have the designs. Some of them with more evidence than others. Great. The problem is that we don't necessarily have the implementation capacity in our schools. First of all, and you're asking, well, maybe in the school you have somewhere where the kid can go if there's a problem. No, the answer is no. Right? For half of the public schools, particularly secondary, the answer will be no. That person does not exist. In many cases, the organogram of most of the schools in Latin America is a principal, if there is a principal, and a bunch of teachers. That's it. That's the organogram.
Okay, we have to fix that
right?
first.
So you need to fix that first, right? Exactly. So if you don't fix that first, then those designs are impossible to implement, right? And second, then you need in order to have that at scale, to solve that issue of having the right set of skills in each one of the schools, you need to have the right set of skills in our bureaucracies, right? And that's the other, just to add to the list of challenges that Sergio was mentioning, right? Yeah. Exactly, is what's the quality of the bureaucracies that we have in our ministers of education, right? So I can say it because I wasn't a bureaucrat in a minister of education. If you go to any of our countries and say, where's the best bureaucracy in this country? The answer will never be the minister of education or the minister of social development. It will be the central bank, will be the minister of finance, and that's it, right? So then all these statements that public education is critical, right, for development, for social integration, et cetera, something that any politician would say during a campaign, that's not true, right? There's not an internalization that is true, right? And that's a big problem. If we don't solve that, and if we don't solve the environment in order to implement the designs that we're discussing, then it's impossible to do the scale. Right, so we need to have the right design. Yes, great. And in many cases, we have them, right? Probably more in primary than in secondary. But that's not enough. Just actually, that's the easy part, right? You need implementation capacity. And third, you need political alignment, right? In order to be, for all the players all the agents in society to make sure that every decision that we take on education is related to the student well-being and not the interest of the union or the private providers or the politicians, etc. So you need the design, you need the implementation capacity, you need the political alignment, well, and you need the resources, and you need the money, right? So we need to have all those conditions, and we are miserably failing in Latin America, right? So there's a lot to work.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jaime. We have to finish, but I want to ask
I can
you
follow
last
up. I can
question.
follow up on Jaime. I have something, and then you can.
No, but I want to. I'm sorry. We could talk, for hours. But let me ask you something totally different, Sergio. And I'm sorry for we have run out of time, and I'm sure everybody wants to rush to lunch. But one of the greatest assets we have at the research department at the IDB, our research fellows.
Yeah.
Okay. And many of them are going to be applying to the PhD at the University of Maryland. Very soon. And to many other great departments. So. What will be your recommendation for their, research statement in their application? If they want to work with you, if they want to work with you and they want to work on education, what should they be writing? What should we, be focusing on?
Real world problems. I think that's going to be important. I think we have enough data. We have massive amount of information. We have powerful computers. We need to use it better and faster. I think that's a challenge for the new generation. It's not only data, right? It's data in the context of economics. So I think that's balancing what data-driven paper versus what the convictions or beliefs or what you have. I think it's going to be really interesting for the next few years, actually.
Thank you. So you all heard, the key to be
send me an email if you want to
during the application process. So thank you. Thanks a lot, Shule. Sergio, Jaime. I'm sorry we didn't have more time to go through all of these very interesting discussions. We could be here for hours. We should do a 3-hour, 4-hour panel. But thanks all of you. Not only for being here, but also for all the great work you do every day. To make Latin America a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Fascinating panel again. I remind all of you that you can see all of these panels that we have been seeing these 2 days in the social media of the IDB, LinkedIn, X, YouTube, Facebook, and also after 2 p.m. we will have the last panel of the day, and with this we will finalize the 30 years of research of the IDB. I want to invite you in a very special way to see this panel. It will be moderated by Andrés Velasco. He will be the keynote speaker. Many of you, I know, that really liked his presentation yesterday. He will be back here again. And we will have as a moderator Alejandro Werner. In the panel, we will have Mónica de Bol, Homi Caras, and Andrés Velasco. Please don't miss this one. I'll see you at 2. Begin, please take your seats. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. Welcome to the third and final session of our second day here at the IDB 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. The title of this session is Shaping a 21st Century Policy Consensus, Redefining Global Priorities. Before we begin, let me remind you that we have devices for simultaneous translation. They're at this table. You can listen to this conference in Spanish or in English. We also have many people right now connected on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on X, and on Facebook. To all of them, we also say hello. And please, you can connect in whichever language you prefer, English or Spanish. You just go to the description of the event and you can choose whatever you prefer. Vamos a empezar con la tercera sesión, tercera y última.
We're ready for the third and final session of the 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. Before we get started, I wanted to remind you, those of you here in the auditorium, that you can find earphones for interpretation at the table in the back. Everyone connected over the social media can use the hashtag 30 Years of Research and share your opinions, ask questions or anything that you want to share. You can listen to the English or Spanish interpretation, go to the description of the event, and you can choose your language.
For sustainability and equity, with a focus on how governments can meet the challenges of today's economic, social, and political environment. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alejandro Werner to the podium.
Well, good afternoon. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to be with you celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Research Department here at the IDB, and also having the pleasure of chairing this panel that I think it has changed a little bit its name from the London Consensus to Shaping a 21st Century Policy Consensus, Redefining Global Priorities. We're going to hear from Andrés Velasco, who, I mean, nobody in this panel needs an introduction, but Andrés is the Dean of the School of Public Policy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. In 2017 and 18, he was a member of the G20 Eminent Persons Group. He has been a finance minister of Chile. He has been a professor at the Kennedy School at NYU and in many other places. Then we will have a discussion among Andrés, Monica de Bol, and Homi Karas. Monica de Bol has been a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics since 2017. She's a former director for Latin American Studies and Emerging Markets at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins. She was named an honored economist in 2014 by the Order of Brazilian Economists for her contributions to the analysis of that economy. And Homi Karas is a senior fellow in the Center for Sustainable Development, housed in the Global Economic and Development Program at Brookings. In that capacity, he studies policies and trends influencing developing countries, including aid to poor countries, the emergence of the middle class, and global governance and the G20. He previously served as interim vice president and director of the Global Economy and Development Program. He has served in various panels at the UN. He has edited several books, the most recent of them titled The Rise of the Global Middle Class, edited by Brookings. Prior to working in Brookings, Homi spent 26 years at the World Bank, serving for 7 years as chief economist for the World Bank East Asia and Pacific region. Before turning the floor to Andrés, I would just want to say a few words about what he's going to present. that has been called, I mean, the London Consensus. And I would say, and I'm pretty sure that the title of the session has changed a lot because Andres said, well, this is not a consensus. Maybe the only true part of that title is that we met in London. But when you put together, I guess, 40 economies, the last thing that you will get is a consensus. So I think this is more rethinking our prior consensus and discussing and brainstorming about how we need to shape public policy in the next 3 or 4 decades. When I read the introduction to this book, I would say that for me the highlights were the first one, and I think a pretty deep one, is that we should not be afraid of deviating from the separation of efficiency and distribution. I think there are several contributions that look at how maybe we should get more into redistribution through regulation, through labor market policy, et cetera, and not only thinking let's achieve the most efficient allocation of resources and then redistribute through fiscal policy, maybe because the limits of fiscal policy has been reached, and also because, I mean, we overlook so many distortions at the economies that we work with, that maybe introducing a couple of others that work in the right direction for important policy objectives should be a thing that should be in the policymakers' toolkit. Second, I think deeper about what do we mean by social welfare and not think only about a very utilitarian monetaristic point of view of the social welfare function. I think embedded in this introduction, you feel there's also an issue that through our policies, we signal our expectations, our hopes, and our desires of what society should be. So there might be some policies that are not the most effective ones, but we're sending a signal that as society, this is what we want to be, and we're willing to live with some of the distortions that these policies might imply. A very important one in that direction is not only think of what you produce, think also about where you're producing it, local communities, as we heard this morning, and who is producing it. A very deep point that Andres is going to talk about is thinking much more seriously about dynamic externalities in the growth process and how that should shape our policy toolkit, focus on volatility, smoothing, and social insurance. Sometimes we talked a lot about social insurance when we look at social security, pensions, but not insuring society to unforeseen shocks, like the COVID shock, like the energy shock that Europe went through a couple of years ago. And I think we have to develop ex ante the insurance mechanisms to work during those periods. If not, we end up scrambling with second or third best policies to actually confront those shocks. And before obviously they talk a lot about building state capacity and the strength of state capacity to implement these policies. And finally, a very important topic, it's, as Andres, I think, has said many times, is the politics stupid. I mean, we have to think much more about the political economy of the design and implementation of economic reforms, and also how can we shape and move political restrictions to implement the right policies. So with that, I mean, this is a very deep work, and I think we should be thankful to Andres and his co-author for really assembling this impressive group of colleagues to think about what should be the guidelines that the next consensus should follow. Andres, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alex, for the intro. Thank you, Homie and Monica, for taking the time to read this and say wise things about it, no doubt, in a few minutes. We have seen lots of papers in the last couple of days which were ambitious, but they were ambitious on the reasonable side of ambitious. I'm going to present something which is closer to the unreasonable level of ambition. As Alex said, Tim Besley, my co-author, and I invited 40 leading economists to London. We subjected them to some nice rainy weather so that they would remain inside, and we asked them to think about what it is that we should be thinking about as a possible consensus 35 years after the Washington consensus. Surprise, surprise, the 40 did not agree on everything, but there was enough there to motivate Tim and me to try to write an intro. Parenthetically, the book will be out in a few months. LSE Press, highly recommended, great Christmas present. Place your orders now. So what has happened since 1989 when John Williamson convened a group just a couple of blocks from here? Well, the world has changed a lot. I won't tell you how, because it's sort of obvious: the rise of China, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the threat of global warming, etc., etc., etc. Economics has also changed a lot. It's become more empirical. It has put political economy in the center. Again, it's a really changed discipline. And of course, we have 35 years of experience. We think we know, or at least some people may think we know, what in the Washington consensus made sense and should be retained, what was not so good, and what was really terrible and we should discard it. So this is really an effort at learning from the changes in the world, the changes in economics, and what we have seen happen when Washington consensus-like policies were put into place. Now, why the hell speak about a consensus? You know, of the 40 that we invited, a number, I won't tell you how many, said, oh, this is not going to be a consensus, don't call it that. Others said, don't call it a London consensus, you know, it's a city in the north, pick a nice city in the south. So yes, there are objections to London, there are objections to consensus, but I want to argue the exercise is not entirely useless. And of course, a consensus is a close cousin to a paradigm, it is a close cousin to a narrative, and these are loaded concepts. And there's a distinguished history in economics of people who say, beware of paradigms, beware of anything that sounds too much like a consensus. My great friend Danny Roderick has a paper in the volume, and Danny has a line which is quotable. He says, beware of economists bearing paradigms. Danny's a very wise guy, so probably a bit of truth in that. Going back to another great man in economics, Albert Hirschman, of course, wrote a whole essay on why it is that paradigms are a hindrance, a block to economic understanding. And of course, you know, a paradigm can become too rigid, it can become too ideological. You know, if you say a consensus, people will come after you, and some will call you a neoliberal, some will call you a neoconservative, some will call you a neoprogressive. So, you know, if you say I'm building a consensus, you're probably running at risk. But I do want to argue that there are good reasons for trying to put something together. And there are 4 reasons in particular which in my mind make a difference. The first one, the fact that we may not agree on everything, does not mean that we cannot learn from each other. And that learning may include the identification of certain things that really don't work. So perhaps we will not have a list of things that do work, but maybe we can have a list of things that don't work. You know, you don't have to be Argentine to understand that if the fiscal deficit is 10% of GDP and you print pesos to finance that deficit, that's probably not going to work, right? I suspect if I did a poll around this room, everybody would agree that's not a good policy, right? Second, there's a difference between principles and policies. That is to say, rather than trying to identify a supermarket list of policies, we try to identify a supermarket, or a deli if you want, set of principles which when applied judiciously can yield good policies. This is a point that, again, Danny Roderick has made often. Economics is not about saying, country X should do policy A on year 2024. Economics is about orienting the search for good policies, but the good policies will probably be different in this country, that country, or the other country. Thirdly, it is useful to think about a consensus or a paradigm because we economists know about the difference between conditional and unconditional probabilities, conditional and unconditional statements. Meaning, I don't have to say, this is a good policy everywhere. I can say, if this is a set of circumstances that you happen to face, this is a good policy. But if this is not the set of circumstances, this is not a good policy. An example, in case that is too abstract, certain policies, maybe industrial policy, can work reasonably well if you have strong state capacity. But if you have weak state capacity, that's unlikely to work. So you need to condition the desirability on the policy on some pre-existing feature like the presence or absence of state capacity. Last but not least, and I'm going to take off my hat as an economist here and speak as a retired politician, the debates in public life and in public policy are not about policies narrowly defined. They're about big paradigms. You go and you give a press conference, I did it very often for about 10 years of my life, and you say, we're going to pursue policy X, Y, Z, and let me tell you about the elasticities that underlie our design. Believe me, nobody cares about elasticities. People want to say, is it a fair policy? Is it unfair? What does it do for social cohesion? You know, is it of the left? Is it of the right? Is it of the center? In other words, we as human beings are wired to think about narratives. If you talk to neuroscientists, they will tell you that human beings, we're not very good at dealing with isolated bits of data. We process information by weaving isolated bits of data into narratives. And if you don't have a narrative, you're in bad shape. One line, I want to quote our own paper here. We conclude in the introductory section, policymakers going into political battle without a policy paradigm do so with an arm tied behind their backs. So for the future policymakers in the audience, don't sell policies, sell broad approaches, paradigms, narratives, ideas. So we need something that looks like a paradigm, among other reasons, because out there are a bunch of paradigms, and you cannot beat something with nothing. You have to beat something with something else, and that something else is what we're trying to build here. So summary, this is not a supermarket list of policies. It is an attempt at identifying a few principles that will give us a narrative, and that narrative can be used to identify policies. And in particular, it may be an economics paradigm because the principles are economics, but given that we're going to put a lot of emphasis on politics, I would rather describe it as a political economy paradigm. All right. Enough intro. Let me get to the meat of the substance. I mean, the meat of the matter here, or the substance of the matter. I'm going to try to persuade you that there are 5 organizing principles that ought to be front and center when we think about something like a consensus for the 21st century. And I'm going to give you the labels, and then I will go back to each. The first one, Alex enunciated already. What you produce matters. How you produce it matters. Where you produce it matters. Idea number 2, and this is kind of obvious, but I'm going to argue in a minute that it is less obvious than it seems. This is all about dynamics, and in particular, it's all about growth. You may think, tell me something I don't know. I will argue that the Washington Consensus had very little to say about growth. Number 3, it's volatility, and volatility, and volatility. For economic reasons, but also for political reasons. What upsets citizens so often, and again, I can say this with a politician's hat on, is not so much that my income is low on average, it is that my income may have any average, but it takes big dips. And those big dips generate discomfort, they also generate political reactions. Number 4, it's all about political economy. Well, we've all heard the Clinton advisor, James Carville, it's the economy stupid. Not really, it's the politics stupid. And I don't know about you guys, but I look around the world today and I find that what's really gone wrong is the politics. Get the politics right and a country will more or less go right. If the politics is wrong, pretty much everything else, including the economy, will go wrong. And last but not least, without a capable state, don't even start a conversation. The capable state is the keystone. So, what do we mean by this long and wordy statement? What you produce, how you produce, and where you produce it matters. Let me go a little bit into the history of economic thinking. If you go back to John Stuart Mill, John Stuart Mill made a statement. I'm not sure he was the first one, but he's probably the first one to say it so clearly. He said, look, you worry about distribution? Fine, you can worry about distribution, but you should worry about distribution once you've settled the issue of efficiency. That is to say, you let the marketplace do its thing, and you arrive at a certain allocation of resources, and that is the market's job. And then, if you don't like the outcome, because some people have too much, some people have too little, you can redistribute. That's why you have a state, why you have taxation. But Mill's point is that the idea of production and the idea of distribution are conceptually and practically separable. Fast forward to the 20th century, go read those big seminal papers by Diamond and Merlis, and they make the same point, but they make it with equations. And again, Diamond and Merlis say you can separate distribution from efficiency. Efficiency is the market's job, distribution is government's job. That's why you have fiscal policy, taxation, and expenditure. And of course, this way of looking at things has political implications, because you can be both a free marketeer and a progressive. You can be a free marketeer if you tell the marketplace, do your thing and allocate resources efficiently, and then you can be a progressive. You may think that the outcome is not sufficiently egalitarian. Well, you tax and spend, and get to the outcome you want. Problem is, that sounds great. It is still probably right in many circumstances, but it is not right across the board. And in fact, Tim and I would argue that it is increasingly problematic. And let me give you 3 reasons why that is so. First one, what Mill and Diamond and Merlis are assuming is that you can identify those bits of income. In particular, you can identify rents and you can tax them. And I'm not a public finance guy, but the people that I talk to in the field of public finance tell me that, in fact, identifying rents is very hard, taxing rents is very hard. Because rents look like income, rents look like, reasonable rates of return. What's a reasonable rate of return? When does it become a rent? How do you tax it? My friend Enrique Mendoza is here in the front row, and I always ask him, Enrique, why is it that Mexico only manages to raise 14% of GDP in tax revenue? I'm sure you can do better. And Enrique, let me tell me if I'm not quoting you right, says, I wish we could, but in Mexico it's really hard. Taxing those rents in Mexico, Enrique tells me, and I believe him because he's a very smart guy, is really, really hard. Number 2. The assumption by Mill and followers is that if you need more money, you should tax more, and then you can redistribute more. Problem is, this may be true in Mexico, or maybe not. Maybe true in Guatemala, where 10% of GDP is collected as tax revenue. It is less obviously true in France, where 45% of GDP is collected in taxes. So there may be a subset of countries out there where you cannot do more redistribution simply because you've sort of achieved the maximum level of taxation. And Olivier Blanchard, a man of the center left, in his comment in the book, makes exactly this point. He says, in many countries of the world, we probably are collecting as much tax revenue as we can. Olivier, of course, is French, and France has one of the biggest chunks of taxation in any country anywhere. And as a result, you may need other instruments. The taxation instrument is not sufficient. And last but not least, the Mill, Diamond, Merlis approach to the subject starts from a very narrow definition of human welfare. It's basically, you put consumption in the utility function. You don't put money in the utility function. But again, one of the things that I think the world has learned, this is kind of obvious, but we have learned it since the Washington Consensus, is there are a lot of things that matter to us, above and beyond the level of our consumption. And if I think about the political problems in the world today, many have to do not simply with changes in the distribution of consumption, but changes in the distribution of human connectedness, dignity, access to good employment, etc., etc., etc. If you have a declining industry, coal mining, and you tell coal miners, hey, get out of coal mining, that's a declining industry, getting to barbering and hair cutting because that's a rising industry. Believe me, most coal miners don't want to be barbers for very good reasons. If you tell people, get out of the American Midwest, move to California because that's where Silicon Valley is, many people will say, Silicon Valley, oh, great weather, but my family's here, my friends are here, my community is here. I don't want to go to California. I'm perfectly happy in Indiana, and I just wish you'd have more jobs in Indiana. And this is, of course, the subject of Paul Collier's lecture just a couple of hours ago. So, if this is true, we need tools that go beyond taxation for the purposes of redistribution. It may be necessary to use other kinds of tools to affect what you produce, where you produce it, and how you produce it. And by how you produce it, I mean with what kinds of jobs. Because we take very seriously the idea that not just the quantity of jobs, but the quality of jobs is going to be a very big input into something that we might call human happiness, human satisfaction. So that's principle number one. Principle number two, you look at that headline, you say, come on, that's obvious, we need to grow. I suspect most people in this room would agree with that. I suspect Eric didn't invite many degrowth people to this conference. I could be wrong. But go back and read Williamson's initial paper. You're going to find very little about growth, surprisingly little. There's one line about export growth. And why is that? Because Williamson and the Washington Consensus are really all about static efficiency. Get the prices right. Deregulate, liberalize prices, get rid of crazy energy subsidies, and then step back and things will take care of themselves. I am not arguing for crazy energy subsidies. I am not arguing for fixed prices. All I am saying is that one of the things, again, that we have learned since 1989 is that static efficiency is just a very small part of what it takes to grow. If I could summon back Philippe Aghion from yesterday, Philippe and co-authors on the whole Schumpeterian approach to growth makes the point that growth happens in response to what? Rents. And static efficiency is about getting rid of rents. In the paper, Tim and I put it in a way that is provocative, maybe too much so. We say that static efficiency is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition for growth. On the contrary, if you take the Aghion, Howitt, and company approach, you need to have rents, but the rents don't have to be too big or too small. If they're too small, nobody pays the fixed cost necessary to innovate. If they're too large, then the firms get too powerful and they block the entry of other people. So growth is about a very delicate balance between so-and-so's rents and so-and-so's rents, between intervention by the government and liberalization of markets, which is in a way that is very, 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 very different from what Williamson was selling to us 35 years ago. Something else that we have learned is that, at least I think I have learned, other people might disagree, since 1989 it's become obvious that externalities are everywhere, and that some of these externalities are very, very large. Some are negative externalities. When people lose their jobs in a town, well, the whole town goes to a very different, bad place. But there are also other kinds of externalities that today seem a lot more preeminent and important. Ricardo Hausmann has a very good paper in the volume, and Hausmann argues that there are very important positive externalities associated with exporting. If you export more today, not only is that good for the people in those export industries, but there's learning, there are a bunch of external effects that makes it more likely that you will export more tomorrow and that you will export other things tomorrow. In economics language, both the intensive and the extensive margin will be affected. And therefore, there's a case for worrying about how much you export. And there's a case for having a targeted policy that promotes exports. Not a targeted policy necessarily to discourage somebody else's exports, but to promote your own. Summary: growth requires a fairly complex ecosystem. And this ecosystem doesn't really happen simply by virtue of getting the prices right and having the government then step out of the way. There are lots of things. I have a whole list here, from the classic ones like property rights and contract enforcement, and to less classic ones like the promotion of competition, the provision of sector-specific public goods, the overcoming of coordination failures, where government policy is absolutely key. So we argue that, in fact, growth requires growth policy. That is something you will not find in the Washington Consensus. Number 3, volatility. Again, you could say, come on, this is obvious, right? You know, economics is all about getting the second moment to shrink. We don't like volatility. Of course, we like our lives to be serene. We like asset prices to be stable. We like our jobs to be reliable, etc., etc., etc. But surprisingly, if you go back again to Washington in 1989 and read John Williamson's manifesto, there's only one kind of instability that appears there, one kind of volatility. The only kind of volatility there is macro volatility. And again, this is a room full of Latin Americans. I don't have to tell you guys, I don't have to tell myself, that macro volatility prompted by crazy monetary and fiscal policies is a very bad thing. Done deal. We agree on that. And I think we have heard in the last couple of days, parenthetically, that Latin America has done good things when it comes to macro stability. You know, we tend to be quite critical. We tend to think, oh, we can never get things right. On inflation, on fiscal rules, on financial regulation, we have done a pretty good job. We're less volatile than we used to. Problem is, it's become pretty evident that that is not the only kind of volatility. And let me stress 2 kinds of volatility that in our mind have always been important, but maybe have gained importance since. One is what we call uninsurable idiosyncratic shocks. The shock that I might lose my job, the shock that my industry might disappear, the shock that I might get COVID when walking down the street. And of course, I cannot go to an insurance company and buy a policy because these are not insurable shocks. Right? They're not insurable shocks because they're not entirely idiosyncratic. They tend to happen at a time when a lot of other people are suffering the same shock. So nobody's going to sell you an insurance policy of that nature. And in a world that is very, very volatile, the extent with which these shocks affect people's quality of life, consumption, livelihoods is, we would argue, increasing. Think, for instance, of the massive spike in energy prices post Russian invasion of Ukraine. Think of the massive spike in food prices as a result of the blockage of the ports in the Black Sea. Think of the breakdown of supply chains as a result of COVID. Bottom line, there is a case to be made, and Ricardo Reis and I make this point in our paper in the volume, for government to be the insurer of last resort, and in particular for fiscal policy to be the insurer of last resort. What did Mario Draghi do when he saved the euro a few years back? He said, we will do whatever it takes. And what is that? Insurance. You would say, that's monetary insurance, yes. But ultimately, we believe Draghi because the taxing powers of the European Union were behind the European Central Bank. If I stand here and say, I will do whatever it takes, you won't be very impressed because I don't have a tax and spend apparatus standing behind me. And in addition, we would argue that big planetary level shocks are also becoming more common, whether they might be global warming or pandemics or digital terrorism. And this is also going to require a level of A, intervention, and B, of insurance. Maybe insurance is not quite right because, you cannot insure the planet at large. Nobody from Venus is going to sell us insurance. Call it resilience. We will have to plan our actions ex ante in a way that makes it less likely that we will be hit by this volatility ex post, because mopping up after the fact is costly, right? Mopping up after the moment that the planet has melted is going to be kind of messy, so we may as well do something ahead of time. So, unlike the Washington Consensus in the 21st century, insurance and resilience should be major priorities. Let me add one thought before I move on. I think and this is going to be a Latin American aside here, I think that very often in Latin America, the discussion about inequality and the discussion about insurance get confused. Let me be a nerd for a minute. Inequality is about the first moment of the distribution. Insurance and volatility are about the second moment. The assumption tends to be that a lot of the populism we have in Latin America is because the first moment is too skewed. That may be true. I don't want to go into that discussion. But again, as a former politician, I would argue that a lot of citizen annoyance has a lot more to do with the second moment. You can have a country in which maybe incomes are not very well distributed, but in which people feel fairly safe that they're not going to lose their job tomorrow. They're not going to be without health care tomorrow. If they're run over by a bus, somebody will look after them. And it is this sense of desprotección, not quite sure what the English equivalent is, that really pisses people off. And it is that danger that we're trying to address with this principle. Number 4, it's the politics stupid. Go back and read Williamson and you'll be shocked to see that there's a lot of discussion of the politics in Washington. There's almost no discussion about the politics of reform. There's no discussion of how it is that you get reform through, and there's very little discussion of what happens with the results of reform. You may have a great reform, but the reform may have effects that screws up your politics. And this is, again, obvious, but I think if we look at the history of reform in Latin America since the Washington Consensus, both of those aspects were shortchanged. We didn't think enough about how we make it happen. And as a result, very often we adopted policies that were either imposed by authoritarian governments or maybe sometimes imposed by the IMF. But when those policies don't have a sense of ownership, they typically lack legitimacy. When they lack legitimacy, they lack credibility. And as Guillermo Calvo in the front row here has taught us, when policies lack credibility, when people think, maybe next year that policy will not be around, even good policies have bad effects. So there's a feedback loop between politics, credibility, and the effects of that policy, and then, again, credibility that the Washington Consensus did not take into account. Talking about politics is easy. Getting the politics right is much, much harder, but we need to do in practice, to some extent, what economic as a discipline has done over the last 35 years, which is combine the two. We teach economics often in the following way. This is the right policy. How do we implement it? Oh, I don't know. That's a politician's problem. I would argue that the problem of policy design and the problem of policy implementation and political viability are part of the same problem, and we economists ought to be thinking about that. So political economy should be at the front and center of any new consensus. Last but not least, and I will go through this very, very quickly, without a capable state, you're toast. And let me say 2 things about this that are non-obvious. The first one is that even for simple tasks, like revenue collection, like teaching people how to read and write, the quality of the state is absolutely key. Lan Pritchett has an amazing paper in this volume in which he argues that countries at the same level of per capita income are widely diverse in their ability to teach kids to read and write. So you don't have to be rich to teach people to read and write. Vietnam has done an amazing job. A number of countries in Central America at about the same per capita income level as Vietnam have done a terrible job. So it's not about income levels, it's about the quality of state institutions, even for something pretty simple. This is not regulation of derivatives. This is the ABC. Some countries do it well, some countries do it badly. The other thing I want to say, which is not entirely obvious, is that state capacity doesn't, fall from the sky. Investing in state capacity is a decision, like investing in ports and in roads. And my co-author Tim Besley, with Pearson, of course, have been the leading thinkers in the world for the last 25 years, precisely about how it is that we make choices about state capacity, how those choices are dynamic, and trying to see empirically what clusters of countries have got it right, if you wish, and which clusters of countries have gotten it wrong. So I argue that you should think dynamically about growth. I also want to argue that you should think dynamically about state capacities. Investing in state capacity today may be a cost today, but will give you better policy outcomes in the future. So very quickly, let me reiterate what I said earlier. This is not a supermarket list of policies. It is not an application of best practices. We're not arguing bring McKinsey in. That's not going to do much good. We're trying to identify principles. I've given you 5. And then what we need, and if I had another half hour, I would go into detail, what we need is what Ricardo Hausmann called yesterday, and I like his wording, a diagnostic technique. Remember, he talked about the university hospital. What's the diagnostic technique? You see a patient, the patient has certain symptoms, and you try to infer from that set of symptoms what the right medicine might be. But you don't do it out of the blue, you do it aided by some principles. In the case of medicine, medical principles. In the case of economic policy, maybe the 5 principles that I've just outlined. So, given that I probably have -2 minutes, let me give you very quickly 3 examples of policy approaches that might emerge from this way of looking at things. The first one I hinted at already. The Washington Consensus talked about fiscal policy basically as in, don't screw it up. Don't have a deficit that's too large, don't print too many pesos. Again, I completely agree with that. Rest assured. However, we think that there is a separate role, an additional role for fiscal policy, basically as an insurer of last resort. Call this a new activism. And by the way, this is exactly what governments did during COVID. This is exactly what governments did during the world financial crisis. Rich countries like the US, not so rich countries like Chile, stepped in and said, oh, that financial market is melting. I will be the market maker of last resort. I will be the insurer of last resort. Caveat, in order to be able to do this, you need to be fiscally prudent. Why? Because these policies make sense because they should be applied at a time when the private sector cannot borrow, when the private sector is liquidity constrained, and the only actor in the economy that can borrow is the government. But if the government has too much debt, the government can't do it. So I am calling for a new activism, but the new activism is not anything goes. On the contrary, it's a new activism that says be very, very bold in bad times, but be very, very prudent in good times. During good times, in fact, reduce net debt so that you enter a crisis with enough fiscal space. How do you do that? Well, one application may be fiscal rules. We talked about that yesterday. Number 2, and I'm aware here that I'm getting into what in Chile we would call las patas de los caballos. This is a much more controversial issue. And I put industrial policy in the title here because everybody knows what I'm talking about. But the IDB, when EFA was here and Stein was here, wrote a lovely book about productive development policies. The same thing, but people find productive development, I can't be against that. Labels matter, right? So what we want to argue here is that we should not have the sort of Pavlovian reflex that the Washington Consensus had against anything that might seem like meddling with the productive process. I've made that case already. We want to argue also that if you want progressive policies, they should not all be demand-side policies. Keynesianism is all about the demand side. We want to argue that there could be something called supply-side progressivism, in which progressives should worry about the supply side of the economy, not just ensuring the right level of demand. But, of course, you can do this very badly. You can do this well. To do it well, you need a capable state. And as part of the story, if Paul Calder is still here, he is there, I think he will agree, we ought to be thinking not simply about what we make it, where do we make it, because the phenomenon of left behind regions, or as Nora called them, pushed behind regions or cities, is a terrible phenomenon. Of course, we see it in the north of England and the American Midwest, but Latin America is full of these places, and the political and human consequences are nasty. Last but not least, and again, I'm going to be controversial here, we want to argue that the Washington Consensus ought to have something like an empowerment policy. And what do I mean by this here? If you take seriously the notion that the utility function has more arguments than simply consumption, I want to argue that one such argument is voice. We like to be heard. We like to think that we have some control over our lives. We do not like to be told, oh, well, you know, the price of food is up. Well, it has to do with the marketplace. There's nothing we can do about that. We like agency. We like will. And there's surprisingly little agency and will in modern economies, precisely because, you know, we economists tend to be Tina. There is no alternative. If things are bad, well, suck it up. And as a result, we want to argue several things, but let me just illustrate with 2 points. We want to argue that there's a new role for unions, which is different from the traditional role of unions. Traditionally, unions, you know, negotiated bargain wages and nothing else. In a modern firm, working conditions, turnos, shifts, there are many things that you can bargain over that gives unions a role, but the role is a role that internalizes the future of the firm as opposed to simply, you know, biting at the heels of the firm. And of course, an example of this, which combines flexibility and security in the labor market, is Scandinavian flexicurity. That may not be a bad place to look. Last but not least, we're sympathetic toward an argument that Elizabeth Anderson, the great American political philosopher, is making. She says very simply, we spend 8 hours of our, you know, every day, from Monday to Friday, in our workplaces. And we live in a democracy, but there's very little democracy in a workplace. And this is not only about agency and control and dignity, which it is, it's also about efficiency. Because typically people on the assembly line know more about how to make the assembly line efficient than the guy sitting in the plush office upstairs. And as a result, we ought to be thinking, we don't have very precise prescriptions, about what empowerment means in the management of the firm. So these are only examples. There are more in the book. Remember, buy it for Christmas. In addition, I want to, you know, emphasize the point, these are not across-the-board policy recommendations, because these principles could take on very different expressions depending on the details of the society, depending on the absence or presence of state capacity, depending on the local politics, etc., etc., etc. So let me leave you with a thought. Social science is a great thing, but social science is particularly useful as a guide, as a provider of principles to orient the search for solutions, but ultimately it is people and communities that ought to be deciding what the right policies are. They're better placed than we are in Washington, D.C. Thanks, Alex.
Okay, so being conscious of the time and being at the IDB with so many Latin American or all Latin American and Caribbean clients, I think we will renegotiate the contract.
Yeah.
Oh, so, oh, yeah. They don't even need to sit down to renegotiate. They already put
I have
the
one
clock.
constraint, which is that at 3:15 I have to jump into a car to make a flight back to London. But that gives us exactly 25 minutes.
You'll be able to do it. So moving quickly to our discussants and taking advantage of Monica's expertise, both on macroeconomics and public health, and I think she had a lot of foresight getting into immunology and infectious diseases, I think before the pandemic. Mm-hmm. So it's not that the shock actually made her do it. I mean, she was really focused on doing it, and it provided, I think, for the community of economists, a great expertise and a great interlocutor to understand the world of medicine during the pandemic. I think it will be very insightful to listen from you. How do you think development strategies need to evolve to better integrate economic resilience with public health preparedness, especially for emerging economies? And obviously also, given this expertise that you have, how do you think the pandemic has changed our understanding of state capacity and the need for resilient public services in the context of development?
Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you to the Inter-American Development Bank for inviting me to be on this very distinguished panel. And of course, congratulations on the 30-year anniversary. Thank you, Andres, for the very interesting reflections and for providing us with your introduction beforehand so we could really get into the ideas that are in there. I think it's very succulent.
That's a good word, succulent. I like that.
I like that word a lot.
I'm the grateful one.
The intellectual, depth of it is really enthralling in terms of thinking through the issues. With respect to, let me be broad and then I'll get specific into the public health arena. I think some of the things that you touch upon and a lot of the things that you've discussed here today lead us into, well, we can't solve any of this without cooperation. So if we think through what the major issues are, yes, pandemics and climate change, we've talked about both of those, and you very well recall the global financial crisis of 2008, which evidently also required a lot of cooperation, and as we all know, that's where the G20 was born, in order to have that greater cooperation and conversation amongst different types of countries and the sort of experiences that they were having. And what has happened since is that even though we talk a lot about cooperation, we don't see it. And in fact, what we have been seeing is a decline in cooperation because unfortunately, and here's where I'll get to the main lesson from the pandemic, rather than the main lesson from the pandemic having been, okay, this is an integrated world. I mean, even if we reduce the level of trade integration, investment flow integration, what have you, people are still going to circulate. People are still going to go to different places. People are still going to meet other people. We're still going to have events like this. And therefore, if we're thinking about epidemiology and transmission, when it comes to pathogens specifically, they're still going to spread. And I think the same thing is true if we think of things that are not pathogens, but if we think of things like ideas and narratives, for lack of a better word, or the sort of stories that we tell ourselves, these aren't things that we can stop. These are things that are going to transmit naturally. And then the question for me becomes, well, okay, if these things are going to transmit, if borders are not going to impede anything, if isolationism is not the answer, because it never is, then the answer has to be cooperation, but that is not the direction in which we're moving. So that makes, I think, or that brings a challenge, of course, to the whole idea that we're ever going to be able to reach a consensus, a paradigm, or some kind of mutual understanding, if we want to put it that way, of what the not just the problems are, but the processes. And I think here, you highlighted this, and I think it's critical that we understand it that way. The processes by which policies begin and end, because it's in that process that the policy is going to turn out successful by some metric that we need to figure out what it is, but by some metric or not. So that is really critical. But that's not the lesson that we learned from the pandemic. The lesson that we learned from the pandemic was, well, we are not producing enough of A, B, C, D, E, so there's a national security problem, because national security obviously is a catch-all. We can fit anything under that umbrella. We have a national security problem, and we need to solve it. So we need to start bringing things back. Oh my God, China is producing all the antibiotics that we buy. It's producing all the Advil that we buy. It's producing all the Tylenol that we buy over the counter. So we need to do it. We need to do it here. We need to bring it all back. And I'm talking about pharmaceuticals on purpose, but as you all know, this is true of many other things. We just make these arguments up and we say this is why we need to bring those industries, those sectors, those companies, whatever they happen to be, back. And of course, for Latin America, this sounds great, you know, because firms and companies in Latin America, and being very general about it, because of course it's not all firms, not all companies, not all sectors, but in general, you know, there is this tendency towards leniency in a sense, which is, okay, let's wait and see how the government is going to help us out. But the government doesn't really have that capacity. There isn't any cooperation coming from anywhere else. And so the lesson learned is, okay, let's try to do it ourselves. We don't really have the capacity, so it's not going to get done. And, you know, that's where we end. It's kind of a pessimistic view for a Friday, but remember today is Friday the 13th, so I am allowed to say these things to you guys and bring the rather somber note to the discussion. And so the main lesson we've learned from the pandemic is isolationism, isolationism, isolationism. The geopolitics of our time isn't helping because evidently this whole pushback against China that comes from the US, less so from the European Union, is also very problematic for thinking about these things. And lastly, just to bring in a very relevant policy or health policy discussion that is simply not happening and shows the depth of our complete failure is Mpox. Look at Mpox. Mpox is not exactly an unknown virus. It isn't. It's not like SARS-CoV-2. It's not something that came out of wherever it came from and all of a sudden caught us off guard. It's not. It's a virus that has been around for centuries, literally, because the family of the virus that this virus is from is really, really old. And it is one of these viral families where there are viruses that only affect human beings. Things like smallpox. Only human beings have smallpox. No other animal has that disease. And Mpox is adapting to us as we speak and has been for a very long time. But because these viruses are very similar amongst themselves in this particular family, it just so happens that if you have a vaccine for one, you have a vaccine for all. Because their surface protein similarities mean if you can neutralize one, you can neutralize others. Maybe your capacity is not as good, maybe virus A is better neutralized than virus B, but you can still neutralize, the vaccine still exists. So do the antivirals. We have antivirals for smallpox, which means we have them for Mpox. We have vaccines for smallpox, which means we have them for Mpox. And guess what? Where are the vaccines? Are they going to the places where Mpox is at the moment endemic? No, they're not. And so we're left with this very obvious failure. I mean, obvious in so many respects because it's not new, it's not novel, it's not something that's unexpected. And yet, where is the so-called pandemic preparedness that we have all been talking about? Well, it's not there. And it's not there because there's no cooperation. People are simply not willing to cooperate. The countries that have the vaccines want to keep their war chest close to their hearts, and that's that. And so under these circumstances, and I will leave my comments there, I find this discussion extremely interesting, but I always come back to the point, well, given where we are, given the geopolitics of our time and the politics of our time, how do we get people to understand once again that the solution is in cooperation, the solution is not in isolation? Thank you.
Thanks, Monica, and I think your reflection on the work we did during the pandemic and how we thought we were going to evolve that work and implement it, etc. We so quickly jumped into other challenges, other concerns, and forgot about the pandemic, that really this pandemic preparedness that we all hope and thought that was going to take place is really something that we need to come back maybe in the second round of questioning. But Homi, I mean, your work, you have focused a lot on the global middle class and sustainable development. How do you see emerging approaches to development addressing the needs of the growing global middle class, particularly in developing countries? And also, I mean, another strand of your work on aid and development financing brings me to think on how might new thinking about state capacity and dynamic efficiency change our approach to international development assistance and cooperation?
Thanks, Alex, for the questions, and congratulations, Andres, for not just for a great paper, but also for a really entertaining presentation. So I'm going to do something maybe a little different. I'm going to say, imagine you go to a country, and the political figures say, what I really want to do is build the middle class. Would the kinds of guiding principles that you've put forward resonate with that person, or would they not? So I'm going to take that as my brief. And by and large, I would say the answer is yes, but the expression and the exposition might be slightly different. So the first point I would make is it's just so great to see a return to the emphasis on economic growth. I mean, you can't have a middle class without economic growth. I fully subscribe to the idea that static efficiency is not the same as economic growth. I think that we've fallen into a situation where many of the fundamentals that we all know about, health and education and infrastructure and trade and openness, etc., have kind of been forgotten because they're not, it's not the shiny new thing. And I was really happy to see that in your effort to kind of say, we're doing something different from the Washington Consensus. You're not, as it were, throwing out the baby with the bathwater, and you're keeping those kinds of elements of the Washington Consensus that I think are still really important. And I think that as you talked about growth, you started to get into things that are really important, especially about the extensive margin. I would say that, one of the real features of the middle class, especially when I look at the middle class in Asia, but in every place, is that you get a tremendous heterogeneity of consumer preferences. And what you see emerging in all of these countries is local producers essentially producing new products. That new meaning that it's not exactly the same as the classic brand, to take advantage of that. And that's the source in many places of the dynamism of the middle class. So thinking about the kinds of things that would support that extensive growth, I think, is really important, something that the Washington Consensus just didn't talk about. I mean, with static efficiency, you say the number of goods is fixed. Actually, the number of goods is not fixed, and one of the things we've seen is a massive explosion in the number of goods, and how that comes about, and the policies, etc. You've got a sort of a list. I didn't see IT and digital in your list, but that is obviously something that's really important. So I think the second part the second point I wanted to make is that your emphasis on jobs as not just being a means to an end. It's not just we do a job because we get income from it, and is really important. And it's embedded in the psyche of everyone in the middle class. But I think we're still stuck a little bit in our concept that jobs in many of these places are, a good job is a job that pays you, let me call it a living wage. Actually, right now, in the US, probably 40% of the workforce is engaging in freelance work. In developing countries, if you take out government employment, we're almost certainly talking about a number that's upwards of 50%. All these people are actually entrepreneurs in the classic Schumpeterian sense. And so we shouldn't be thinking about jobs in the, what I would call the old style. We should be thinking really about how they achieve their livelihoods. And the focus you put on volatility, what do entrepreneurs care about? They care about risk. So all of that emphasis on volatility, on insurance, on coping with the various different kinds of risks, macro risks, super important. I mean, one of the things the middle class hates is inflation. And economists tend to think about it as being, well, as long as real wages are going up, maybe we don't have to worry so much about inflation. No, because actually everybody in the middle class has financial savings. And as soon as you start to get inflation, you almost always get negative real rates of interest. And those financial savings get eroded, and the middle class hates that. So I thought that's also a really powerful new message that we have. And then the final thing that I really liked was this notion of place. If you think about the middle class wants to be middle class because they want to be happy. If you go down into what makes people happy, you'll often quickly get into things like social relationships. The Harvard Adult Development Study basically says the strength of your social relationships at age 50 are a better predictor of your health at age 80 than is the level of your cholesterol. This is actually what, in many ways, quote unquote, life is all about. Where do these social relations happen? They happen in a particular place. And so this notion that place is really important, I think, is absolutely fundamental to the thinking about the middle class. Now, just very quickly, you asked me about the politics of development assistance and things like that. Let me just say a couple of things. First, state capacity. First of all, with development assistance, it's a really difficult question because this is a conversation that could go on forever. I mean, there are so many things that are wrong with development assistance that shouldn't be wrong. But one thing I would say is, first principle, do no harm. The average developing country today has to deal with 59 different donors. It's madness. We have the instruments, the tools. If we put far more of aid through multilateral institutions, we have a mechanism for packaging this so that you don't have to deal with so many people. We don't do it. Maybe 20% of aid actually goes through. So it gets back to your point, it's all about the politics. But here I would say it's not the politics in developing countries, it's the politics of the aid donors. They don't want to lose control. And let me say, you cannot build state capacity if you don't permit states to fail. They have to be allowed to take agency and control over resources. And you might have thoughts and ideas that say, I'm not really sure that this is going to work, but you must have a process which allows them to at least try and then to course correct if things aren't going well. I don't think we have that at all. I think the international financial institutions have used conditionality in a fairly, in a way that asserts the dominance of their knowledge, not always with great success, but there's never any accountability. Whereas at a minimum, if it's going through at least some democratic governments, maybe one would deal with other types of governments slightly differently. At least when it's governments, there is some kind of accountability, And so I would link the whole point on state capacity with accountability much more strongly and say we are so far away from a right approach to state capacity in development cooperation. I mean, every project has a capacity building component. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do, which is systemic transformation. It's a project by project. No one cares. What we're after is the capacity of the state to systemically transform their economy. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And I think on your last 2 points, I mean, I used to work across the street from you, and I mean, what you were saying, I mean, we go to a small country, 1 million people, and with low middle income, and we throw an array of policies, policy frameworks, etc., that have never been designed for a nation that doesn't have, they have to develop the state capacity, but we have to develop our frameworks to match a state capacity of a small middle income country. That's one. And then our rules, I mean, during COVID, to reprofile an IMF program, you have to do a new program. So you're gonna go to some kids during the pandemic and tell them, we don't want for you to pay your debt service to the fund, but for you to reprofile this debt service, you have to sit down with our teams and have a new program. It's nuts sometimes, our policies, and we seem to be tied in our own ways, and we need to work in a much more nimble fashion to accommodate to the level of development of these countries. And Andres, I mean, I think you talk to us as an academic, as a coordinator of these groups of academics, but as you said, you were a politician for 10 years. So after you read all the papers, after you sunk, all of that sunk into you. If you're thrown back to politics, what would be the lessons on what would be your narrative, and especially given what happened in your country, Chile, with the social unrest, I mean, the 2 tries at modifying the constitution, how would you try to shape the policy framework, at least coming from the finance ministry, with this, with the thinking that went through to put together this project?
Answering that is going to require me to deviate a little bit from what's in the presentation, but let me try briefly, given the time constraint. I am not a big fan of the conventional wisdom. I alluded to this in passing when I was presenting, that says, we're getting all these bad politics because the world is more unequal, we fix the inequality and the politics will be sorted out and people will be happy. Having been a politician, having campaigned, I have an unblemished record. I've run for office twice. I've lost both times, so I know what I'm talking about. That doesn't ring a bell. Processes are a lot more complex. And that's why in my presentation, I alluded to a bunch of other things that matter to people. Volatility matters to people, desprotección, the sense that, I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow, and there's nobody out there looking for me in case a bad shock comes. Secondly, agency. A sense that I have no control over what might happen in the future. It's all about marketplaces and faraway places. Thirdly, dignity. If you campaign in the streets of Chile, you get complaints about, pensions or wages. More often, much more often, you get complaints about mistreatment. I stood in line for 5 hours to collect my pension, and once I got to the counter, people treated me really badly. So it's about the pension, but it's also about the process of getting the pension. So a treatment of people that involves dignity. And a fourth one, mobility in ways that go beyond simply raising my income. A potted history of Chile that I would provide is Chile's been incredibly successful at doing things like getting people to university. A generation ago, 15, 16% of Chileans went to college. Today, the number is 50%. That's an extraordinary triumph. 7 out of 10 people in college today in Chile come from families where nobody ever went to university. No one, ever. Nonetheless, that generation is pretty upset. Why is it pretty upset? Because that generation realizes that you go out, you graduate as a lawyer, you apply to all the leading law firms in the country, and unless you have the right surname and you have the right address and the right zip code, the chances that you will get an interview with the leading law firms are pretty low. So you have a brand new graduate from a leading law school or engineering school or psychology school with very good marks and a very good record who can't get the job simply because, he never gets an interview, and he never gets an interview because his zip code is the wrong one. So do you call that a success? We have, many lawyers and engineers from humble backgrounds. That's a success. Do we call that a failure because the structure of society is so brittle that it does not allow for the kind of mobility that you need? Well, it's both a success and a failure. Bottom line, I would put those four things into a narrative which is economic, but especially political. I think, this is an audience of economists, so let me say something that will make you happy. The problems of the world are partially our failing. Maybe we don't have the economic answers to all the economic problems, but the problems of the world are also largely a political failing, because we have failed to take into account these very important things that I was just talking about.
Thanks, Andres. And maybe to close, let's have a reflection from each of you of how the international community, the IDB, institutions such as the IDB, World Bank, regional development banks, and the IMF can actually help in shaping this new consensus of policies in different regions of the world. Andres, don't get worried. I think the IDB will provide insurance if you miss your flight.
Okay.
So
Good.
You're protected.
Or a helicopter, if needed.
No, that damages the environment. So we'll, so maybe we start with you, Homie. I mean, you ended up your initial comments on how to reshape the network of aid support for poor and lower income emerging markets. What would be the key things that you would like to see in that ecosystem to improve it in the next decade?
So I would say that our current system is basically, here's some money, you have it from the capital structures and grants, etc. Go do something good with it. And then you've got these entire superstructures, and they go off and they try and do something good, and by and large, they do something good. But it's all individual projects. What we don't have is a connection between what I would call the goal-setting process at a global level or a national level, something that says, these are the problems we have to solve, and then come back and say, how much money will it cost and what do we have to do to get it there? And in some sense to course correct so that if it's not generating the kind of impact you want, that you then do something differently. So I'd like to see all of the international institutions start, whether it's at the country level or at a regional level or at a global level, to say, this is the problem that we are going to try to solve. Maybe not just by ourselves, in conjunction with others, but then take the leadership. It's a little bit, I mean, we hear a lot about these so-called country platforms and the green transition and stuff like that. It's a little bit of that spirit, but as yet I haven't really seen it institutionalized and then think, what is the capacity that I need to build up to make this happen? What do I need to do on the regulatory side, on bringing in the private sector, on bringing in civil society for accountability, so that we've got a multi-year program, and after, pick a number, 10 years, we can say, this is what we achieved. We solved the problem we set out to achieve. We've accomplished what we set out to do, or we haven't. And maybe that there's some accountability for that, but that would be quite a stretch.
Thanks. Monica, maybe on pandemic preparedness, what should Latin America do? How the IDB can help getting that accomplished?
So I actually really enjoy thinking about, actually, that's how I think about it too. And so I really like thinking about all of these problems from the perspective of the desprotegidos, so of the people who feel exactly that. You know, it's not just insecurity, it's beyond that. It's a sense of being left, right, and alone. And on that note, I really like the idea of thinking about fiscal policy as insurance and as a type of insurance of last resort, because as you observed, and I think it's inevitable for us to make that connection, this is precisely how, you know, in the case of Brazil, that's how the auxílio emergencial, or the, you know, emergency basic income program that was done, was ultimately put together. It was a safety net for people who had no other means of making any kind of money, the informal workers and others, and therefore it was really an insurance policy, and it was, you know, a payout from an insurance policy, and it worked very well that way. So I think with respect to the pandemic specifically, the lesson that we draw is that when you do have a shock of that nature, when you have a pandemic, when you have a big health problem or a big health scare, fiscal policy and health policy are one and the same. They're not different. They're exactly the same thing. So whatever you're going to be doing on the health side is going to involve public resources, and it's fiscal policy that's being targeted to resolve a particular problem. I think if we as economists, but more broadly, we as societies come to understand that and understand that deeply, I think then at least we've gone some ways towards, if not cooperating with other countries, at least cooperating with ourselves, rather than fighting within ourselves, which did happen during the pandemic, about precisely these issues. You know, should we spend, should we not spend? There are situations where that's a bygone question.
Thanks. And Andres, I mean, you've been involved in several global economic panels. How do you envision the future of multilateral institutions in addressing global challenges like climate change, inequality, and thinking on how to change the dynamics between developed and emerging economies to forge much deeper cooperation to fight these global challenges?
All of that in 30 seconds. First of all, thank you, Monica, Jaume, and Alex. Great comments, suggestions, insights. I'm very pleased to see that we're not on entirely different wavelengths. When you do something so ambitious, there's always a risk that people will say, what was that all about? But I'm glad to see that there were bits and pieces here that resonated with all three of you. I didn't take notes, but the beauty of the modern world is I can go back and watch the video, right? And incorporate these thoughts into the paper. Very, very quickly. For middle-income countries, the multilaterals are much less relevant than they used to be, for many reasons. But I would highlight one, and Santiago Levy said it yesterday, I'm going to say it in slightly different language. Way too often, Washington offers the flavor of the month when it comes to development. I'm not talking about macro, that's a different story. But, you know, if you come on Mondays, it's financial inclusion. If you come on Tuesdays, it's digital literacy. But all too often, the fundamentals, we are low in middle income, we would like to be upper middle income, get thrown out by the wayside. My friend Lan Pritchard has a great line, which many of you may have heard. You know, when a finance minister comes to the World Bank, he or she wants to know, what do I do to make my country be developed? Telling that finance minister, we run an RCT and giving people a chicken will make them better off, is not going to impress a finance minister, right? So the disconnect that we have seen in recent decades between economic research and some of the IFI prescriptions on the one hand and the needs of policymakers is complete. Or to put it somewhat differently, way too often the priorities are the priorities of rich countries, not the priorities of not so rich countries. And let me close with one final line. If you're asking a small, low-income country in Central America or in Sub-Saharan Africa what their contribution to fighting climate change should be, it is pretty clear to me, I don't think I'm going to say anything too incendiary here, that cutting emissions in a country which accounts for 0.001% of global emissions is not the first priority. But maybe that country has lithium, and maybe that country has copper, or maybe that country has magnesium, or a bunch of rare earths I wouldn't know how to pronounce. And the country's contribution to the global transition is to actually pump it up and produce as much of what they need, what the world needs, even if that involves an increase in emissions, not a cut in emissions. But of course, that's anathema, because we're all supposed to be like Sweden. And frankly, that's not a very useful approach to the problem. Again, thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, so please, give an applause to our three speakers. Let me thank Andres, Monica, and Omi, and thank the IDB for, after 30 years doing this annual conference, that hopefully we don't need to wait another 30 years to have the next one.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. I also want to thank the IDB president, Mr. Ilan Golfain, Mr. Eric Parrado, chief economist, and all the IDB team for making this possible. Obviously, to all the participants, to the panelists, to the audience, and the many people that were following the sessions online. As Mr. Andres Velasco said, the beauty of the modern world is that you can watch them again. So you can go to YouTube and watch whatever you want from this very enriching conference. I hope you have a great afternoon. Before that, we're going to have the closing remarks of Mr. Alejandro Izquierdo.
Okay, so it's time to bring this event to a close. I think it's been a truly remarkable conference, and I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the discussions we had in these 2 days. We've been privileged to hear from some very influential thinkers, people who really know development in Latin America. And I personally couldn't be happier because I got back to get in touch with a lot of you whom some way or another have contributed to the development of the research department. So thanks again for coming here. I'd like to start by thanking people, our keynote speakers and panelists to begin with. This was a learning event, after all, research is about learning. And I learned quite a bit during this two-day conference. From Philippe's panel, I learned about the need for innovation to come hand in hand with competition, otherwise you don't get productivity growth. But also about how maybe a cross of the American model that is good for competition and the European model that's good for equity is something that we need to think about for the next few years. And this is key for LAC, where productivity growth has been zero in the past 40 years. So from Carlos' panel, besides learning about the Peñarol team, as we all remember, and about how Latin America is doing a bit better in correcting procyclicality, there are still challenges that remain, and fiscal space will be needed for better public service provision and to accommodate the green agenda. So that's something to keep in mind. From Enrique's panel, I learned quite a bit that the fall in interest rates may be due to the fact that we have increased reserve accumulation, and this policy, which in my mind, because we've done research with Guillermo that shows that reserves are a good antidote against sudden stops, well, it may also have these detrimental effects, as firms get more leveraged. So that's something that made me think about. Another factor, destabilizing factor to consider. From Esteban's presentation, I learned about the spatial dimensions of climate change. I'm not a specialist on that, so I learned quite a bit. And how trade policies may substitute for migration constraints. And then from Paul's panel, I learned about the failures of social policies, the need for a new wave of pragmatism and fast learning, and was shocked with Nora's comment that when you take a look at the poorer classes in the region and think about their welfare before the state and after the state, that they may be worse off, that was something to really think about. In Zule's presentation about how in disadvantaged settings, fostering social capital and cohesion may be as important as the cognitive side in schools. And finally, from Andres' panel, how we have now left the Washington consensus and we need to find a new one, and how growth policies will be key for the new consensus, no? And it's not just about the static efficiency of taxing for redistribution. It's more about creating ecosystems that work and that created the incentives for firms to innovate and compete. So a really, really rich coverage of topics. And I'd also like to thank the chief economists, of course, who participated in the session. It was a pleasure to bring them all back together and hear from Guillermo, Ricardo, Santiago, Eduardo, Jose Juan, and Eric. Their reflections and challenges and opportunities ahead for the region were truly inspiring. I want to take two things from this conference that I'm going to think about, particularly for our department. The first one, I think, was a comment by Santiago, no? On the need to be bold in asking ourselves the big development questions or the great macro questions, which sometimes are very difficult to answer. And instead, sometimes we concentrate on perfect, but perhaps too narrow experiments. No? So that's also something to think about. And the other one is the need to bring our research to the trenches as fast as possible. No? We do that, we tend to do that, but that was a real challenge because sometimes we wait for our papers to get published and that can take too long and the needs are right there right now. So in addition to these outstanding speakers, we had a lineup of truly exceptional panelists and moderators. I have no time to name you all, but I really want to thank you for all the debates that you generated and the thought-provoking insights. And last but not least, I want to thank our organizing team who have made this possible with a lot of dedication and hard work. I'm deeply grateful for all your efforts. And also kudos to all that were involved in preparing the agenda and thinking about the panels, which is a painstaking job, but it came to fruition with this great conference. So as we move forward, I hope these conversations we have in these 2 days will continue to inspire us with ideas and collaboration. And the challenges we face are great, but so are the opportunities that are available to us. So I hope that our research department will continue to thrive for the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And this concludes our 30 years of research anniversary conference. Hopefully, we can have it next year again. Have a good afternoon.